Kang Jin-yuk worked as a hunter. He never attracted media buzz or celebrity status, and with a modest D rank, his assignments were limited to minor gigs and the scraps left over by the larger guilds. He had long ago accepted the bleak reality of his surroundings. Influence governed one's fate, and those without it, even hunters, were at risk of being crushed. When an odd sound rang out from his apartment, he went to check it out, and was stunned by what he found. He discovered a gleaming, throbbing portal that opened into a monster-laden alternate dimension. As the creatures went about unaware of him, he realized he could safely cross the portal. For someone with no prospects left, this phenomenon was more than a strange, terrifying event. It offered a chance for solitary growth in a private dungeon, and every monster and treasure inside was exclusively his to claim. With no rivals to claim the spoils, Kang Jin-yuk finally discovered a way to rise in rank. Realizing he had nothing to lose, he steadied himself, stepped through the gate, and emerged on the first level of the dungeon labyrinth. He barely has time to survey his surroundings before a goblin lunges from the left. He narrowly evades a club aimed at his head and rushes back into his attic. The creature looks bewildered, scanning its surroundings and swatting at empty air. It becomes clear that the monsters can't see the portal, meaning they cannot cross over to its location. That realization erases his fear. He grabs a baseball bat and re-enters the portal to confront the goblin head-on. He slams the bat into the goblin's cheek, sending the creature flying backward, and then immediately thrusts it into the beast's torso. With the goblin down, he lifts his bat and hammers it into the creature's face. Finishing it off, it marked his first solo monster hunt. Since he didn't have to split the experience points with the party, he kept the entire amount. When the goblin was defeated, his level, stuck for 3 years, jumped instantly. The goblin's corpse was his to claim, potentially worth up to 3 million won if sold in the right venues. The next day, he brings it to the hunter's market, hoping to sell it to a vendor. The merchant notices Jin-yuk's lack of dungeon experience, pointing out that his mishandling of the corpse has dramatically lowered its market value. Still, Jin-yuk clinched an offer that surpassed the 3 million he had anticipated. All he had to do to get paid right away was reveal where the goblin had been hunted, a detail Jin-yuk could not disclose. If the dungeon and his attic were uncovered, his potential earnings would evaporate. While he ponders a solution to the predicament, a squad of black dragon hunters storms into the vicinity. They're upset because someone unauthorized has taken a kill from their territory. At first, they suspect Jin-yuk, and so they confront him. However, the merchant shifts his attention to a blonde-haired hunter who seems oblivious to the brewing conflict. The hunters close in, assaulting him until he is severely wounded and almost unable to move. He'd slipped into their domain and tried to hunt creatures without permission. They speculate he could even be the serial killer they've been hunting. The man, barely able to speak, is then dragged out of the establishment for further questioning. Jin-yuk realizes that the man who was violently beaten could very well have been himself. Seeing the confrontation, he realized he could no longer credibly fabricate the origin of his goblin. He rethinks selling his spoils at that location, realizing the need to find an alternative approach to liquidate his items, one that steers clear of confrontations with the enforcers from. Join bigger guilds without risking his safety. Immediately after returning home, Jin-yuk resolves to. He re-enters the dungeon to hone his strength, but first he must equip himself. Sufficient to endure an excursion into such a hazardous environment, he prepares a teleportation. The stone lets him escape danger and return to his apartment, and the monster tracking compass spots any creatures within a 50-meter radius. Armed with those items and his trusty baseball bat, he steps into the dungeon for a session focused on gaining levels. He embarks on an endless hunt, leveling up one step for every monster he defeats. The dungeon, aptly called the Goblin Labyrinth, is teeming with goblins. For a person of his low level, it serves as the ideal place to hunt and grow his power. After a long stretch of hunting, his inventory is almost full, just enough space for one more goblin. Knowing it's his final catch, he hopes to haul a bigger specimen that will bring in greater profit. The compass shows a goblin coming toward him at the perfect moment. He plans to hide and strike before the creature notices him. Lurking around a corner, he waits for the exact instant and then swings his bat at the goblin's face. But the target isn't a goblin, it's an oddly short man. He yells at Jinnyuk in a dialect he can't understand. Jinnyuk quickly bows in apology, a gesture that seems to soothe the man somewhat. The man pulls 2 necklaces from a pouch and hands one to Jinnyuk. As soon as Jinnyuk puts it on, he can understand the man's words, and 2 things become clear. First, the man is furious with him, no wonder, given that Jinnyuk just hit him in the face with a bat. The second realization is that the individual isn't a man at all, but a dwarf, a mythic being he'd only seen in fantasy tales. The irate dwarf keeps shouting at Jinnyuk while he helps collect the scattered items. All the items recovered are of superb quality, but Jinnyuk has little chance to enjoy them while he's being berated. The dwarf notices Jinnyuk's bat, takes it, and insists on knowing its origin, a question that leaves the young man perplexed. Jinnyuk thinks the item is nothing special, yet the dwarf insists on pressing the question. Though it's just a plain aluminum baseball bat, the dwarf is convinced it's made of something truly valuable. This material, known as orichalcum, is a common mineral that dwarves consider extremely valuable. He considers it priceless and offers to trade several of his unique items for the bat. Seeing no reason to decline, Jinnyuk follows the dwarf back to his workshop. The dwarf moves the bat to the back of the workshop as Jinnyuk surveys the surroundings. Jinnyuk scans the assortment of weapons on display, pondering which one to pick. Soon afterward, the dwarf surfaces again, holding Jinnyuk's newly enhanced baseball bat. Strangely, the bat now glows a vivid red and emits a faint light. Jinnyuk wonders if it's genuinely his original weapon, yet the dwarf insists it's just an aura trait. Calcum, the metal starts out soft and fragile, but with each enchantment it hardens into a tough, durable substance. That very name piques Jinnyuk's curiosity. It seems the dwarf has, by some means, imbued his weapon with an enchantment. These items are incredibly rare, usually only coming from top-tier monsters of the same grade or higher. After a few swings with the upgraded bat, he notices it feels completely different from what he remembered. He struggles to believe that such a masterpiece could have been forged by hand. The dwarf, and the dungeon itself, may hold the big chance he's been hunting for all along. Jinnyuk checks the item's details through the status menu. The bat has been transformed into a legendary baseball bat, boasting S-grade durability and an automatic retrieval feature. What once was a plain aluminum bat is now an exceptionally rare, legendary piece of equipment. Though he knows it could fetch a huge profit if sold, the bat is bound to him and cannot be traded. The dwarf enchanted the device with an automatic retrieval spell, making Jinnyuk the sole person able to use it. Though he can't profit from the bat itself, it remains a legendary relic. Still, other ways to earn money exist for him. His inventory is brimming with goblin carcasses ready to be sold. The main problem is finding a market where he can trade them without drawing unwanted attention from the major guilds. His only other option is the hunter industry's underground black market. These dealers work discreetly, ask no questions, and handle the processing of monster corpses efficiently. Contacting them is straightforward. They often hand out business cards to lower-ranked hunters needing funds, which is why Jinnyuk already has many contacts. Back at his apartment, he pulls out one of the cards and uses it to find the address of a shady market. The card looked sketchy, yet he had no better option. As Jinnyuk scanned the area for any sign of the market, a voice called out to him from above. The man introduced himself as Deputy Cho Hyung-il and invited Jinnyuk to stop by their office, and meet the proprietor. There, Jinhyuk was introduced to Lee Jun-chul, a predatory lender who operated under the guise of A. The lone agent, also tangled in the illegal trade of monster remains, requested N. The carcasses were examined before any compensation was discussed, prompting Jinhyuk to retrieve. They removed them from his inventory to put on display, and both men were stunned by the sheer number of Jinhyuk remains. It was produced. Even though Jinhyuk was clearly inexperienced, he had successfully gathered 20 goblin carcasses. Additionally, the specimens were of exceptional shape, while the heads showed damage consistent. Even after the baseball bat blows, the remaining bodies stayed pristine. The quality was simply outstanding. Deputy Cho struggled to hide his excitement about acquiring them, and the trio began negotiating the price. Their negotiations were suddenly halted as more black market personnel rushed in. Reporting a monster sighting nearby, there's a slight chance its remains may be found. Luring other creatures, it seemed that displaying 20 fresh goblin corpses served as a potent signal to nearby monsters. Of orcs, enemies far beyond Jinhyuk's current strengths. Faced with the situation, his only realistic option was to salvage his carcasses and flee immediately. Unfortunately, that chance had slipped away. The first orc had already arrived, ready too. They struck viciously. Since Jinhyuk was the sole hunter, only he could face the beasts, but that didn't guarantee success. The orc lunged, wielding a battle axe. He evaded the first blow, yet the next attack slammed straight toward his head. At such close range, escape was impossible. It felt as if his end had come. What seemed like a pathetic demise faded away when his newly upgraded bat sprang from his inventory, blocking the hit a fraction of a second before it struck. The impact was so forceful it sent the orc stumbling back momentarily. This hinted at another enchantment on the bat, a presence detection ability. If his new weapon truly possessed such powers. He felt a sliver of hope. The orc lunged again, but Jinhyuk stood ready, more confident this time. He tightened his grip on the bat and swung down hard at the creature's knee, knocking it off balance. Seizing the moment, he slammed a second blow to its face, breaking its neck and killing it instantly. Killing that first orc vaulted him from level 24 straight to level 36. Before he could breathe, the second orc appeared and launched its own attack. This time Jinhyuk was ready. He sidestepped, slipped behind the beast, and crushed its back with the bat. Then he switched angles and delivered a final, decisive strike to the head, ending the monster in one move. In this way, Jinhyuk easily dispatched 2 orcs in just a few moments. His display showcased the real power of his enchanted weapon. With the battle concluded, he urged the men to resume negotiations, insisting that the bodies of the 2 fallen orcs be included in the deal. That day, he departed feeling satisfied. Of accomplishment, he had skillfully secured a payment 15% above the prevailing market rate. From the dealers, the amount that had finally poured into his bank account felt almost unreal, having finally. He finished selling the goblin corpses, freeing him to focus fully on hunting. Since he'd shielded the black market dealer and his associates, they agreed to a continued. The arrangement freed Jinhyuk from having to worry about finding a venue too. He sold his monster's remains, a move the dealer probably made after recognizing Jinhyuk. He wasn't just a petty, low-level thief peddling stolen goods. He was clearly a top-tier player. A hunter who can dispatch 2 orcs with ease, yet even with his enchanted bat. With his newfound prowess, his current gear proved inadequate for hunting higher-grade prey. Monsters, he had only one way to upgrade, and if he could manage the situation. Skillfully, he could even snag the equipment for free. The next day, he obtained a large. A case brimming with beer cans and other spirits was offered to the dwarf. Considering the dwarf's intents, he praised the aluminum, which he mistakenly identified as orichalcum, and the gift was as substantial as a chest. A treasure, the dwarf was stunned that the whole crate seemed to hold what he called auriculacum. He sampled the beer, but spat it out instantly, loathing its flavor. To soothe the dwarf and stave off another outburst, Jinnyuk slipped him a soju. This beverage was unlike any other, and its flavor was enough to satisfy the dwarf for a while, though it still seemed to fall short of the potency he sought. When a vacancy opened, the dwarf handed Jinnyuk a job: mine a specific material, mithril ore. The connection between the ore and the alcohol was unclear, yet Jinnyuk craved free gear and knew he had no say in choosing his assignments. If that were the only way to obtain the equipment, he would comply. He delved deeper into the labyrinth, eventually emerging into a clearing within the forest. The new area was far larger than he'd imagined. A system menu appeared, confirming that he'd reached the labyrinth's second level. He was then offered the chance to log his location. Treat it as a warp point. Though he'd never heard of such a thing, he still followed the prompt. The act opened a new portal right next to him, letting him glide effortlessly between the first and second floors, just like a video game teleportation mechanic. Now that the new transport system was in place, Jinnyuk pushed deeper into the labyrinth to hunt for the mithril ore he'd been sent to recover. The second level was titled Dogs and Skeletons. Like the first floor was bristling with goblins, this spot was swarming with feral monster dogs leaping toward him. The creatures were far weaker than the orcs Jinnyuk had faced a few days earlier, making them an easy source of experience. He drew his bat and rushed straight into the approaching pack of dogs. By the end of the encounter, he'd slain 25 orcs and collected their bodies. At current prices, those trophies would net him an impressive 200 million gold. But he couldn't let the thrill of potential riches pull his focus away. His goal remained to mine mithril ore. Jinnyuk pressed deeper into the dungeon, only to be confronted by skeletons. After all, the floor was called Dogs and Skeletons, and the skeletons turned out to be a maddening class of monsters. Their bodies were worthless, and the only way to defeat them. The goal was to shatter their core. That requirement made the combat all the more grueling, especially because so many of them were heading his way, despite the challenge. His skill set and current level of experience guaranteed he could eliminate them. When the long battle finally ended, he was utterly exhausted. It struck him that the dwarf had likely sent him here specifically to avoid dealing with those troublesome monsters. Despite everything, a clear perk emerged from the ordeal. By wiping out the skeletons, he reached level 100, unlocking the chance for a class change. The new class would be chosen automatically, reflecting his past patterns of action. After all the battles he'd fought lately, he was sure he'd be classified as a berserker or a warrior. Yet the system tagged him a cleric instead. Undeterred, he pressed on and finally mined the mithril ore the dwarf had requested. The result was a surprise, since the dwarf hadn't expected Jinnyuk to survive. He was indeed alive, but utterly drained by the relentless battle he'd endured. Despite this, he didn't leave the meeting empty-handed. He slipped a slice of the precious mithril ore into his pocket, noting its pricey look, and handed the rest to the dwarf. With the ore in hand, the dwarf agreed to use it to forge whatever item Jinnyuk desired. Since he already had a superb weapon, his next need was armor that could withstand heavy monster blows. He requested something lightweight, yet high quality. The dwarf agreed and began crafting it immediately. The crafting process took longer than Jinnyuk could wait, so he slipped back home for a few hours of sleep. When he woke about 6 hours later, he returned to the workshop and found the dwarf already finished and satisfied with his work. The result was a mithril chainmail armor designed to slip quietly under a shirt and hoodie. Jinnyuk fastened his armor, and before he could react, the dwarf swung a hammer and struck him squarely in the chest. The dwarf seemed to think that a hands-on demonstration was the most effective way to explain. A blow of that force would normally have cracked ribs at the very least. Yet the new armor left Jinnyuk feeling almost nothing at all. With that protection, his resilience was undeniable. Paired with his legendary baseball bat, his combat effectiveness skyrocketed. Meeting the dwarf proved to be the lucky turn that changed his life. The dwarf had more up his sleeve, however. Then he handed Jin Yuk a big barrel, which contained the soju Jin Yuk had given earlier. He headed back to his apartment to taste it. He realized the dwarf was right, and merely was placing the soju into a cask made from mithril ore had transformed the drink into something entirely new. This remarkable change gave Jin Yuk had an idea. He reached out to the black market dealer again, pitching another business deal. This time, he was offering kobold corpses for sale, along with exceptionally high-quality liquor. In that part of the city, the Titan Guild had just finished training near some newly activated gates. Their exercise was supposed to be over, yet a sudden new wave of lizardmen began pouring in. Through the portals, it appeared to be an anomaly gate, discouraging 3 times the number of. After they'd just defeated their foes, one guild member suggested they call on another group for backup. Doyon, the deputy master, was too proud to ask for outside help. He insisted the team stay in formation and fight on their own. Jin Yuk, on the other hand, was in a comparatively calm mood. He just registered as a cleric and been promoted from D rank to C rank, a rare healing class that top guilds actively scout for. That could finally make him a candidate for recruitment. Suddenly, a blood-stained hunter burst through the doors, urgently seeking a cleric. Jin Yuk raised his hand and offered to help. He was sent to the site where the Titan Guild clashed with hordes of lizard men. Jin Yuk was told to stay at the rear with the other clerics and heal as many fighters as possible. He wanted to help in other ways, but the guild member reminded him that his only duty was to mend from the back, promising proper payment after the battle. The healers' presence alone boosted the guild's endurance, allowing them to keep fighting. Still, the monsters kept coming in too many waves to manage, so another cleric suggested calling in a support guild to dispatch the enemies faster. It was clear that without action the whole group would be annihilated. Just as Jin Yuk weighed his options, he sensed a hostile threat from behind, and his bat had only just blocked a lethal strike from a lizard man. The creature had slipped past all the hunters, aiming straight for the healers and zeroing in on Jin Yuk first. The rear defenses were already compromised, leaving only the clerics on the back line. If the monsters got through, they would overwhelm the guild in an instant. With no other option, Jin Yuk gripped his bat and swung it at the lizard man that attacked him, sending the creature flying in one strike. He warned the other clerics of the breach, insisting that he was the only one who could stop the monsters. The creatures had reached the back line by using A. They used a stealth technique to set up an ambush, and Jin Yuk ordered the clerics to keep it in place. While they focused on healing, they left the lizard men to him, a task that would be difficult. But he was the only one who could halt their assault. The other clerics worried about. They thought he was just a conventional healer, just like themselves, while Jin Yuk, on the other hand, rushed. Advanced to meet the enemy head-on, reassuring the others not to worry. He would not have made such statements if he lacked at least some confidence in his own abilities. Of course, despite the assurances, he remained apprehensive about the situation. In the end, however, he succeeded. He held his ground against the rampaging creatures, but one slipped past him while the guard lay down and moved straight toward another cleric. Jin Yuk chased after him, leaping through the air, stopping the monster just in time to spare the healer from harm. Hurrying to strike left him vulnerable to a backstab, but the dwarf's chain armor protected him. The strike barely touched him, and the monster was left stunned that its attack had been ineffective. Jin Yuk seized the chance, swinging his bat to hit it squarely. He held them off all by himself, allowing the other healers to focus on. They handled their duties without fearing a sneak attack, but that alone didn't shift everything within them. The lizardman froze as a new combatant stepped into the fray, and suddenly a powerful man arrived. She finished the fight, eliminating a monster with a single strike. The newcomer was Si Yasengho. The Titan Guild's master greeted Jin Yuk and asked if he was the one who had dispatched all the monsters there. The C-rank hunter admitted it was him who had taken down the creatures, though he was still confused about the identity of this powerful newcomer. The other clerics were surprised that Jin Yuk didn't recognize the S-rank hunter, Sang Ho. He was so formidable that his mere presence made it clear the battle was almost over. With no time to spare, Sang Ho hurried to the front line with his subordinates, promising to reward Jin Yuk properly for his help afterward. From a quick glance, everyone, Jin Yuk included, could see that S-rank hunters belonged to a wholly different tier. When Sang Ho appeared, he instantly became the most formidable force in the fight. He landed squarely in the middle of the skirmish, and his presence lifted the spirits of everyone around him. Only Andoyan didn't smile. He looked visibly annoyed that the guild master had arrived. A guild member's support was nothing out of place, but Andoyan's pride made it hard for him to accept it gracefully. Sang Ho immediately took command. He issued orders to the fighters, instantly capturing everyone's attention. With that accomplished, he didn't wait for the guild members to clear the area before striking the ground with a powerful blow. The impact unleashed a massive shockwave that sent the lizard men flying, and a single strike was enough to eliminate many of them in one fell swoop. Within minutes, Sang Ho's help let them knock out all the monsters with ease. After confirming his guildmates were safe, he grabbed Andoyan by the jacket to rebuke him, demanding to know what was going through his mind when he chose to risk both his own life and those of his subordinates by confronting the overwhelming force alone. Andoyan insisted he was only trying to protect the guild's reputation, but Sang Ho knew the truth. He was simply safeguarding his own pride. The two locked eyes in a tense, brief stare down until a guild member reminded Sang Ho that he needed to dismiss the clerics who had. Having finished assisting, the guildmaster straightened himself and walked over to the healers, thanking them. He personally highlighted Jin Yuk, pointing to him as the main reason behind so many. All had survived the encounter, and as a token of gratitude, Sang Ho offered Jin Ho instant admission to the guild, letting him skip the usual registration steps. This was an offer Andoyan couldn't accept. He quickly interjected, attempting to disparage it. Jin Yuk was just a D-rank hunter who had only luck on his side, and Sang Ho, in response, didn't hesitate to remind his deputy that this former D-rank, though modest, had saved countless lives, which would have been. His loss was directly caused by Andoyan's stubbornness. He then made Andoyan apologize to Jin Yuk. That act dealt a sharp blow to the deputy guildmaster's pride, and even after that, Jin Yuk respectfully turned down the invitation, saying he had no interest in joining a guild that would allow someone like Andoyan to wield any authority. This was the final straw. Andoyan rushed at Jin Yuk with an enhanced punch, yet a defensive bat strike to his stomach stopped him in his tracks and instantly knocked him completely unconscious. The incident's notoriety exploded, earning a spot in the news by the next day. Titan Guild leaders found the outcome unsettling. Andoyan's conduct was intolerable. He had not only been publicly humiliated by a mere C-rank hunter, but he was also stripped of his authority as deputy guild master. They demand that the C-rank individual come before them to explain his actions. Shouting "Ho!" he still disputed their position. Andoyan had not only put several guild members at risk because of his pride, but he'd also assaulted a man who had fought on the guild's behalf, enough reason for a demotion. The argument silenced the gathered men. With no further business, he dismissed them. The guildmaster's thoughts turned back to the remarkable C-rank hunter he'd seen recently. He decides he must bring Kang Jin Yuk into his guild at all costs before the man grows even stronger. Jin Yuk, meanwhile, is relaxing at home, sipping a drink while scrolling through his expenses. Having earned a hefty sum from hunting, his spending has far outpaced usual limits, resulting in outrageously high bills. Had he foreseen this financial crunch, he would have accepted the extra pay the Titan Guild offered. Yet that's irrelevant now, he's got a far better way to make money. After a needed break, he heads back into the dungeon to gather more monster corpses, but the same familiar foes no longer satisfy him. Having grown stronger, he needs tougher challenges. He pushes deeper into the second level than before and soon faces a small squad of orcs. One tries to ambush him from behind, but he deftly dodges the attack before it lands. His counterattack lands, instantly killing the orc as a swarm of foes rushes in. He positioned himself in the hallway. Just a few days earlier, an encounter like this would have spelled certain death. Thanks to his new gear, he dispatches all of them with ease. By the end of the fight, he counts 20 orc carcasses, enough to bring in a tidy profit that will keep him financially stable. Protected for an entire year, with ample stamina, he chooses to push a bit deeper into In the dungeon, he soon found himself at the third floor, known as the Temple Guardian's Labyrinth. At first glance, the area seems monster-free, yet that peace feels almost in this unsettling silence. The earth shattered under a fierce quake, and a colossal hand burst from the ground. Underneath him, and Jin Yuk just narrowly evades its path. The hand is part of a stone golem, an artificial creature forged from mana. The golem's attacks are too swift to evade, and their blows carry so much power that even a successful block sends him reeling backward. The considerable distance forces him to have only a handful of options, leaving him to do his utmost too. In retaliation, the golem proves exceptionally powerful, yet its lack of cunning prevents it from harnessing that strength. Jin Yuk seizes the opportunity, striking its head, shattering it into fragments, and causing the creature to collapse. Yet the golem began to regenerate almost immediately. Jin Yuk had overlooked a crucial detail. The creature could only be defeated by shattering its core completely. Once he understood this, Jin Yuk pulls back to create room and rethink his tactics, but the monster regrows its hand quickly enough to clamp down on him before he can escape. With escape options dwindling, a sudden arrow cuts through the air and embeds itself in the golem's chest. Seizing the opening, Jin Yuk follows up with a sharp thrust from his bat, blasting the golem's core and destroying it for good. He survived the perilous moment thanks to a mysterious figure who fired the arrow. He turns to thank his savior, but is left stunned. He expected a dwarf, but instead a striking woman with odd, pointed ears appeared, clearly an elf. Jin Yuk bowed his head to thank her, yet, with his gaze lowered, he didn't notice the elf creeping up behind him. In an instant, she clamped his collar, dragging him close to interrogate him. The elf clearly isn't from Jin Yuk's world. Unaware of his home and finding his clothing odd, she hurls a rapid string of questions as he struggles to break free from her grasp. When he says he accessed the dungeon that same day, she releases him. Now she knows he knows the entrance. She shoves him to the ground, drops her bow, and realizes she has finally found a way out. Jin Yuk gets to his feet and she demands an explanation for her needless hostility, but the elf ignores the question and insists that he guide her to the exit. He's not pleased by her abrupt commands, yet he notices how attractive she is and decides to set her attitude aside. In the meantime, she says that if he can escort her out of the dungeon, she will give him. She seeks suitable compensation. By calling herself a platinum-ranked mercenary, she implies she is trustworthy. Her name is Lucia, a half-elf who thinks she's quite well known. She seems to expect that he would know of her, yet Jin Yuk has no idea. She stands firm on her claims and identity. Lucia reaffirms her status as a platinum-ranked mercenary and presence. Her insignia catches her eye, but Jin Yuk knows nothing about any of it, and she wonders whether he comes from there. Coming from a remote rural area, he wondered how he could have been unaware of the badge on her reputation. He tells her he's from Seoul, Korea, and that reply only deepens her confusion. Unfamiliar names made her suspect an eccentric mage was traveling across dimensions. Apparently the spell did work. She conveys these suspicions to him in plain terms. A sorcerer from her realm had cast a spell on the dungeon, which caused it to be whisked into his realm. A seemingly impossible event nonetheless unfolded to be exactly what had happened. Yet, given that it was a dimensional shift, reversing the spell would, in theory, let her go back to her own world. Jin Yuk had already felt something was off, and this confirmed that the dungeon wasn't part of his reality. If the spot swung back to its original plane, it would spell a major problem for him. He asked if she intended to return the dungeon right away, but she couldn't. Undoing the spell from where they stood would be nearly impossible, but a useful spot existed. A hidden room on this floor that she'd discovered years ago while hunting for an exit. She asked him to guide her there, promising payment for his help. The offer sounded reasonable, so he agreed to escort her to the concealed chamber. They set off. While traveling, they defeated a handful of orcs, and Jin Yuk realized that she was far more powerful than he had initially thought. The arrow she had fired earlier was unmistakably powerful. He realized that starting a fight with her in this setting would put him at a severe disadvantage. After walking a bit farther, they decided to rest in a secure area. Jin Yuk kept a few chocolates in his pockets for emergencies and handed one to her. She instantly fell in love with it and begged for more. After she'd eaten his entire supply, she asked for even more. He explained it was unfortunately the last piece, which she accepted, looking satisfied enough to resume the journey. Eventually, they entered a vast chamber that held the dungeon's boss. Lucia guessed the mage's spell might be hidden there, so they'd have to defeat the creature and clear the room first. She told him his role would be tiny, just to strike the final blow after she'd knocked the monster down. The door swung open, and the beast erupted in a furious roar before lashing forward. Lucia drew an arrow, aiming straight at the boss's chest. She told Jin Yuk to keep her eyes on the target, then channeled a technique she called Aura to amplify her strike. She let loose the arrow. The arrow struck the boss head-on, instantly sending the massive armored creature sprawling onto its back. A single strike was enough to bring it down, the technique she had planned to teach him. But first, he had to finish the monster before it could rise again, just like with the golems. He had to strike its core to defeat it, so he leapt onto the fallen creature's chest. He kept hammering the spot he believed held the core. One hit, however, seemed insufficient to shatter it, and a massive fist swung toward him from the side. He deflected the strike with his cleric's holy shield, then exploited the resulting. Jin Yuk forces himself back onto the boss's chest. Knowing one blow won't do, he keeps pounding the spot relentlessly until the creature stops moving. Finally, he shatters the core, permanently defeating the beast. He levels up again, nudging him close to level 200. With the monster defeated, he turns to Lucilla to learn how to wield Aura. She replies that he's already employed it. His holy shield turned his cleric power into an aura. Though he treated it as a simple class skill, Lucilla had never heard of such a thing. Yet his ability to wield it suggests he could master Aura use far quicker than she'd imagined. With that potential, he might be able to coat his attacks in Aura immediately, if only she asks him to come back for more chocolate. Elsewhere in the city, Sang-ho strolls with his secretary, Lee Hyena, over a fresh anomaly that surfaced near Gangnam Station. Since it was spotted just yesterday, they have about 5 days to gear up before a powerful monster appears there. No matter how Sang-ho breaks it down, he knows his guild can't face the threat alone. Unfortunately, every major guild is out on overseas missions, leaving the Titan Guild as Korea's only defense force. Hyena's job is to keep hunting local freelancers for help, but none of the applicants look reliable. Sang-ho, on the other hand, has a specific person in mind. Coincidentally, that very individual is crossing the street right opposite them. He quickly excuses himself from the conversation with his secretary and rushes after Jin Yuk. While Jin Yuk is hauling a large container of snacks for the elf, the guild master's voice cuts him off. Sang-ho offers Jin Yuk another chance to rejoin the Titan Guild, but Jin Yuk refuses to change his mind. Seeing this, Sang-ho proposes a different deal. A mercenary contract with a hefty payout, an option that immediately feels more attractive. But Jin-hyuk merely promises to think it over. He goes back to the dungeon and delivers the snacks too. The elf, she gobbles them all with delight, and it becomes clear that such food items are not present in her world. After her satisfying meal, Jin-hyuk asks why she stays there. In the boss room after the monster has been defeated, she points out a magic circle on the ceiling. It clarifies that it functions as the bridge between the dungeon and his world. Because of this, she intends to remain there for the time being to analyze it, implying that if he desiring to learn more about the aura, he must give her more chocolates. After finishing his meal, she takes his hand to start the aura lesson. First, she must infuse her own aura into the process. He uses his body to demonstrate the sensation. Jin-hyuk instantly feels the energy surge within. Lucia also notices a significant surge of power in Jin-hyuk's body after the aura transfer. It seems he has a greater natural talent for it than she had expected. Lucia is confident, struck by how impressively holy power flows through Jin-hyuk's body. He'll grasp the basics in a day. She applauds his knack and asks whether he can. He holds onto the memory of the aura's flow inside him. He confirms he can, and she acknowledges this. Just before she left the chamber, she decided that rather than examine the magic circle, it would be more efficient to give him a full lesson on using his aura. She concluded that the best way to do this was through hands-on practice. In the dungeon, he's thrust straight into a swarm of monsters. He immediately faces an army of goblins and kobolds, defends himself skillfully, and rakes up their carcasses. Turning to Lucia, he demands why he's suddenly fighting a horde when she said he would learn to use aura. She explains this battle is his training. She infused a small dose of mana into his body to give him a baseline feel, but he must sense the rest on his own by mastering the activation of aura through his holy power. Lucia insists that real combat is the only way to hone instinct. Jin-hyuk is annoyed that she left out that detail and simply dragged him into the fight without warning. While they are battling, the ground trembles and a stone golem erupts from beneath the floor. A booming roar bursts out, pushing Jin-hyuk back, while Lucia keeps explaining that he must confront a real crisis to unlock his potential. She tells him to concentrate and try to feel the holy power that springs from the shield his skill creates. She explains the shield is made of aura, so once he gets used to it, he'll grasp the concept quickly. It's easier said than done, since Jin-hyuk can't consciously activate the holy shield. He wonders how he's supposed to feel the aura from a skill that triggers automatically. The monster hurls a gigantic fist at Jin-hyuk, and he blocks it once more with his holy shield. Yet this time, he senses something different. Energy swirls around his left hand, the very hand that triggers the skill, so he deduces that this is the feeling of holy power. The monster recoils and strikes again. Jin-hyuk raises his holy shield once more, but this time it takes on a shape he can't recall. The act of summoning the shield evokes a distinct sensation he calls mana. The golem gives him no moment to grasp the turn of events before smashing down. The shield sent Jin-hyuk flying backward. From her stance, Lucia mocked him, pointing out that she'd warned him. He was trying to master his skill and avoid foolish mistakes. However, he was simply following what she had done. Having been instructed, he prepared for another attack when a status window appeared before him, announcing that he has learned a new skill called Holy Power Application. This ability allows him to use Holy Power, enabling him to amplify his offensive and defensive maneuvers based on the amount of energy employed. This insight shows that skills can be gained via certain methods. Other than a formal class change, Lucia spots his brief loss of focus and decides to step in. It seems taking on a golem, while learning aura manipulation, was just too hard for him. She volunteers to take the creature under her own wing, but Jin-hyuk quickly regains his. He keeps his composure and signals her to step back. With a firmer grasp of his new abilities, he feels confident he can handle the situation. He rushes the golem, narrowly dodging an incoming stone fist. While airborne, he pours mana into his bat, using a front flip to crank up its momentum before slamming the charged weapon onto the golem's head. The creature tumbles, but he's not finished. He lands on its chest, refocuses, channels even more mana into the bat, and then drives it hard into the golem's torso, an impact that unlocks a new skill, Holy Aura. Using his empowered weapon, he thrusts the bat into the golem, shattering its core. Unlocking his Holy Aura also let him pick up new skills, such as Precision Strike and Unyielding. Thanks to Lucia's training, he earned 2 passive abilities and 1 active skill. She, however, is more struck by how quickly he mastered using Aura in combat. She had planned only to cover the basics and finish the lesson, but this turn of events forces her to carry the training through. She draws an arrow, fires it at a nearby wall, and shatters it, opening the way to an even larger horde of monsters. Jinhuk isn't thrilled about it, but he readies his bat and gears up for another round. The fight with the dungeon monsters drains him heavily, and by the time he sells the remains, he's utterly exhausted. He looks utterly drained, and when he meets the black market boss Junchul, the latter comments on his weariness. Jinhuk seems as if he's just emerged from a war. Junchul skips the details and jumps straight into business, taking the monster corpses. He then brings up the alcohol Jinhuk had sold him before. Marketed as a traditional artisanal soju, the drink has seen orders flood in since its release. Its rapid popularity means Jinhuk could now focus solely on selling liquor and likely never worry about finances again. Armed with enough wealth to keep him forever and a small side venture already in motion, Jinhuk heads home to unwind. The training with Lukia has left him utterly exhausted. Within seconds of lying down, he collapses into unconsciousness and soon after slips into sleep. He's jolted awake by the blare of a disaster alert. A booming automated voice urges everyone on the. People are flooding the streets to evacuate and find safety. The day of the monster invasion is already underway, it seems. Arrived early this month. Monster invasions usually happen unpredictably, but one specific. Invasions happen on a strict 1-month cycle, making them a fairly regular occurrence. Jinhuk typically took advantage of these moments to hunt low-level creatures for a little extra money. On this occasion, however, he was too exhausted to worry. He reasoned that the large guilds would handle the threat, so his involvement wasn't needed, yet that remained his choice. He had no intention until an alert popped up on his phone, announcing the invasion's severity. Monsters' bounties would be tripled, bringing highly lucrative rewards into play. Jinhuk couldn't ignore the event any longer. He stepped onto the street to see if he could defeat some monsters and profit from the situation. At the same time, security staff guided civilians and worked to cordon the streets, while the Titan Guild battled swarms of rampaging monsters across the city. The defensive line was already faltering under the onslaught of creatures, and Sangho was beginning to lose the stamina to keep fighting. No matter how many monsters he defeated, new creatures kept appearing. The guild's members were on the brink. Though they seemed to hold the upper hand, the overall situation was far from favorable. From a safe distance, Hyena, the guild's secretary, watched the battle with concern. Though the guild master's actions made the situation seem stable, she sensed their forces were stretched thin. She believed that adding just one more strong hunter could turn the battle. She drew out her phone and dialed Jinhuk, who answered while fighting off a handful of goblins. She offered him a chance to fight alongside the Titan Guild, promising a substantial reward. He countered by asking for 5 times the standard rate. She suggested they meet at a pre-arranged spot to talk it over. When they got together, she offered him a 4-fold raise, and he accepted, though hesitantly. After the pact was struck, she handed him a device for logging his monster kills, letting the guild keep track of his contributions. If his performance in battle was judged above average, he would receive the full amount he had requested, having secured an opportunity to showcase his skills and earn the reward he deserves. Jinhuk headed to the battlefield to lend his aid. Hyena watched his exit with a hint of doubt, wondering if he could live up to Sangho's lofty expectations. Jinhuk had earlier defeated Andoyan, a triumph she blamed on sheer luck, and Andoyan's real skill level remained unproven. Upon entering the battlefield, he immediately aimed at a rampaging ogre, a move that stunned the onlookers. He succeeded in killing the beast. Though A rank was close, Jinhuk felt his current abilities placed him above that level. He paused for a moment to gulp a mana potion and restore his strength. With Lucia's grueling training behind him, he'd reached level 200. Normally, an ogre would be an impossible foe, but he was convinced that, as long as his mana stayed topped, he could rival an S-rank hunter. Jinhuk is hoarding over 1,500 mana potions, a resource that turns every nearby monster into a quick cash cow. Elsewhere, Andoyan battles the beasts alongside his guildmates. He watches the numbers of foes drop rapidly, then turns to see a crowd cheering as someone effortlessly defeats the remaining monsters. He shouts orders to the stunned hunters, telling them to snap out of daydreams and return to the fight. He wonders why Jinhuk has appeared and who invited him. The mere sight of Jinhuk brings Andoyan back to their last meeting and the embarrassing moment that made headlines. He concludes that the previous encounter was just a fluke, and with Jinhuk alone now, he believes there will be no trouble taking him out and putting him in his place. Having made his decision, he rushes toward Jinhuk, determined to curb the man's knack for appearing at the worst moments. Unfortunately for Andoyan, the C-rank hunter spots him too early, counters deftly, and sends Andoyan flying, rendering him unconscious again. Jinhuk is too busy to entertain the eccentric stranger, while Sangho faces down a rampaging. The Minotaur's mana is nearly drained, and it's out of stamina. It lifts its club for an attack just as Sangho considers retreating to recover. Before the blow lands, a voice shouts from behind, and Jinhuk dives in from above. He grabs the Minotaur's horn and slams it into the ground with force. For a C-rank hunter to topple a Minotaur with a single hit, Sangho's judgment of Jinhuk proved exactly right. After the monster is defeated, Sangho approaches Jinhuk to express his gratitude. Jinhuk replies that the guild master's secretary has already called and promised a substantial payment for his assistance, so thanks are unnecessary. Seizing the moment, Sangho asks Jinhuk once more. Join their guild. He believes that if Jinhuk partners with them, chances like this will arise. The offer keeps surfacing. Jinhuk pauses to weigh it, then tells Sangho he'll need some time to think. Once they've cleared the last monsters, they talk about it. While they're chatting, Sangho receives. Hyena's voice comes over the line, urging him to lift his eyes to the sky. The clouds have turned black. The sky turns blazing, crackling with lightning. Something colossal and ominous looms nearby. Inside the clouds, it looks hostile. The entity hurls lightning down at everything. It slashes both monsters and hunters, wrecking buildings as it flies around. It sits very high above. In the sky, there's no way their skills can get there, meaning there may be no path at all. To attack it, Sangho recommends heading back to the guild headquarters to evaluate the situation and he invites Jinhuk to join him. Though hesitant, Jinhuk agrees, and they head back to Sangho's office together. From that point, they carried out a variety of tests and simulations, only to find that none of their efforts could harm the creature or shield them from its assaults. Every tactic they'd tried to halt the entity was either rendered ineffective or obliterated. They needed to find an alternative with massive firepower that could engage targets from a considerable distance. Lucia instantly flooded Jinhuk's thoughts, and he saw that a viable way to defeat the creature might exist after all. As Jinhuk set off to fetch Lucia, the Titan Guild's executives gathered, debating the extent of Sangho's favoritism toward a C-rank hunter. The guildmates tried to brainstorm alternative ways to bring the monster down without relying on Jinhuk, but no other choice was available. Every other known method was bound to fail, so they were left with no choice but to trust the sole hunter who had a promising plan. They even weighed asking the Gaedaya Guild for help, a huge organization of a rank mages and higher, but that guild was infamous for its indifference to casualties, and bringing them in would almost surely result in many deaths. The others in the room fell silent, realizing they truly had no alternative but to wait. Back in the apartment, Jinhuk stepped out of the portal, Lucia by his side. He thanked her for agreeing to help and promised an endless supply of the sweetest confections from his world, no matter how many she could wish for. Together, they ascended to the top of the Titan Guild headquarters. Jinhuk showed her the monster terrorizing their city. He asked if she could defeat it, and she answered confidently. The beast was so enormous she said she could strike it with her eyes closed. Rated level 300, the highest ever recorded, she promised to eliminate it but first needed help. The building's roof could not withstand her power, so she asked him to construct a shield to absorb most of the impact and protect the other structures. With the plan set, Jinhuk reached out too. The guild leader asked about possible collateral damage once they engaged the monster. Damage to surrounding buildings would be unavoidable, so Sangho told him not to worry about it. That, and to zero in on taking down the monster. With that matter settled, Jinhuk. She readied a shield while Lucia drew 2 arrows, aiming meticulously at the beast. He fired the shots, and the burst sent a massive shockwave that slammed Jinhuk backward. Even with his shield up, the 2 projectiles streaked across the sky toward the monster. In just a second, he landed a direct hit on the beast, wiping it out with a single strike. The damage was so devastating that half of the monster's body disintegrated from the impact. From the ground, the Titan Guild watched, amazed that he had managed to resolve the situation unfolded so easily. Hunter Kang Jinhuk continued to amaze everyone, the backlash from Lucia's. The attack was so intense, it scorched a smoking trail into the building's helipad. Although restraint might not have been the best choice, the power on display was far greater. Beyond expectations, Lucia, on the other hand, was more disappointed to find the monster so weak. That assessment was wrong. In truth, Lucia's strength dwarfed every creature in this world. Regardless, the objective was met, and it was time for her to head back. She handed Jinhuk the tracking device, which logged his points, an impressive 240. Having said that, she turned to leave, but before she went, she warned him not to trust others too readily. She observed that with high stakes, people's judgment often gets clouded by the allure of wealth. She warned him not to be deceived, having herself fallen victim to trickery in her own adventures. Jinhuk reassured her that he'd be fine and would handle any problems that might come up. They part ways, and Jinhuk heads down the street where Sangho and his secretary greet him. They ask how he single-handedly took down such an enormous monster. He politely declined to answer, saying his method was a secret. One of the executives who came along scoffed, declaring he couldn't believe a C-rank hunter could defeat such a beast. Jinhuk reacted by pulling up the monster tracker, which flashed a massive score, proving he'd claimed the victory. Sangho quickly stepped in, apologizing to Jinhuk for the executive's sharp remarks. The executive stared angrily at them, convinced that Sangho was favoring a C-rank hunter over his own guild members. He realized a change was necessary, since Sangho was holding back the guild's future. The executive pulled out his phone and dialed an unknown number. By the next day, the rumor had spread throughout the city that an ordinary C-rank hunter had slain the giant monster. Even though the Titan Guild members were skeptical, the fact was easy to confirm. Word also spread that the guild master had personally offered the hunter direct admission to the Titan Guild, a proposition the hunter declined. It was inferred that the hunter had to be extremely confident in his skills to turn down such a significant offer from Sangho. Rumors eventually reached the members of the Ultron Guild. They also received reports that Endoyun was hospitalized following the monster invasion. Doyun was famed for his formidable skills, yet reports hinted he had been taken down by the very rumored C-rank hunter. If that were true, it would validate the other accounts. The Ultron Guild's scouts decided to meet Jinhuk in person to confirm the details. The Ultron Guild representatives speculated that he might have triggered a hidden class, an event that is extraordinarily rare among hunters. If that hypothesis was right, they decided they had to either secure him for their guild before rivals could, or, if that failed, eliminate him. Jinhuk, on the other hand, drifted into a deep sleep after the intense battle, utterly exhausted and slipping into unconsciousness at the first possible moment. After 2 days of deep sleep, he woke up, realizing it was the fallout of his extreme overexertion. He walked into his living room and found that Lucia had made a substantial mess with all the snacks he'd bought for her. She ate the entire stash in just those 2 days. She explained she had no choice, since the fridge was empty and the snacks were the only food left. She also mentioned she couldn't return to the dungeon because he hadn't activated the portal for her. The statement confused Jinhuk, since he'd never had to open it consciously before. It seemed to him the portal was always alive. He rushed to the attic to prove to her that it was still open, even at that exact moment. It contradicted what she remembered, as she insisted nothing had been there just moments before. She told him to step back from the doorway. When he stepped back, it was confirmed that nothing lay inside the portal. Jinhuk had no explanation, since his whole experience had been that the portal was always accessible. Lucia offered a theory that the dungeon was responding only to him, effectively following him wherever he went. It seemed as if the dungeon had etched itself straight onto him. This hinted at a frightening possibility that the dungeon could have appeared right where he stood, but luckily, it was just a failed spell. He chose not to dwell on that unsettling idea and instead ordered food for the two of them. Lucia then asked with curiosity how. He had even managed to find his way back to the apartment after the monster battle. She explained that she'd cast a recognition-suppressing spell on the building, making it impossible to locate. Jinhuk asked why she'd put such a spell on his own home. She explained that while he was unconscious, several odd people kept dropping by. They were from the Ultron and Guardian guilds, and their persistent visits became so annoying that she cast a spell to keep them out for good. Confused by why such big guilds would be after him, Jinhuk pulled out his phone to find out what had happened while he slept. The first headline he saw pulled him in instantly. Online chatter proclaimed that he'd defeated the new giant monster, and a video circulated of him fighting alongside the Titan Guild. It seemed he'd gone viral overnight, a realization that he knew would cause trouble. It seemed Jinhuk had grown too greedy, and his exploitation of Lucia's power thrust him into the spotlight. The hunter world is fiercely territorial, and when a formidable rival surfaces, the swiftest way to silence them is to eliminate them. He refused to brood over past choices. With Lucia finished eating, they returned to the dungeon to hand their spoils over to the dwarf. Lucia's devastating shot left the monster's body too shattered to be useful, so they could only salvage its head. The old man visibly cursed the elf for overdoing it and wasting precious material. Their mutual, almost instinctive dislike was clear. During their heated exchange, Jinhuk stepped in and asked the dwarf whether he could forge something from the remains. The dwarf paused, dug into his head, and pulled out the organ that powered the beast's lightning. With that component, he could imbue the baseball bat with the same electric fury. Jinhuk asked the dwarf how he wanted to be paid, but all the dwarf wanted was for the elf to leave his workshop. Lucia started shaking with anger, forcing Jinhuk to soothe her. By offering more sweets, after barely stopping her from blasting a hole straight through the With the dwarf's head in hand, he set off back into the city to fetch the promised treats. On the road home, he felt a presence lurking in the alley. It quickly became clear someone was tracking him. He dropped his. He hid the groceries behind a wall and called out at the person following him. A voice answered. He sounded surprised that Jinhuk had noticed him. Suddenly, a figure sprang from nowhere and rushed. Jinhuk swung his sword, barely blocking the attack with his bat. The newcomer was amazed to find that Jinhuk could notice him at all. This interaction confirmed that the rumors had come true. Jinhuk was more than just a conventional C-rank hunter. He shoved the attacker backed away, then leapt at him again, striking with his bat. Clearly the assailant. Not wanting to reveal his identity, Jinhuk resolved to keep beating him until he felt. He spoke casually. Realizing a direct fight was futile, the attacker used a skill to turn into. Invisible once more, he chose to shift his tactics. Jinhuk could only faintly sense the attacker's presence, but couldn't see him. That faint feeling, however, was enough to anticipate when he would be. He was on the brink of striking. Jinhuk dodged and blocked most of the attacks aimed at him, but he knew that at this rate, things wouldn't stay in his favor much longer. With his usual enhanced bat, he could track the enemy effortlessly. But the old dwarf was busy tweaking it, so Jinhuk had to settle for a plain aluminum bat. He couldn't stay put. With no way to fight back, Jinhuk made a run for it, but the hooded attacker had already slipped a tracking device onto his shirt before he escaped. Jinhuk slipped into a crowded corner to hide, but the attacker's device kept him in the loop. The tracking signal pulled the killer into a restroom at the department store, where he slipped in after switching on his camouflage. He paused at the stall marked by the signal, kicked the door open, and braced himself for a fight. Inside, there was nothing but the tracking device affixed to the partition, an elaborate trap. The assassin realized. Too late, Jinhuk burst out from behind, bat in hand. In the tight space, even invisibility offered no escape. The assassin narrowly dodged the strike, countering with a knife thrust aimed at Jinhuk's face, which was easily sidestepped. Seizing the attacker's arm, Jinhuk slammed him to the floor. With no way to flee and wind knocked out of him, the assassin was subdued. Jinhuk lifted his bat, ready to strike the man's head unless he confessed who had sent him. At the same time, a boy outside desperately needed a bathroom. A sign barred entry, but the child could not wait. His father let him go, just as the assassin was about to reveal the answer. The pause was the exact opening the assassin had been waiting for. He summoned a fireball and hurled it toward Jinhuk and the child, forcing Jinhuk to raise a shield to protect them. Using the smoke as cover, the assassin tried to make a run for it. His superiors had only asked him to gather intel. He hadn't anticipated such a tough confrontation. The assassin slipped into the ensuing smoke to make his escape. His superiors had only instructed him to gather information. He hadn't expected the confrontation to become so fierce. As he fled, a blade pierced his chest, killing him instantly. Jinhuk stood behind him, gasping for air. He realized he'd applied too much force and unintentionally killed the man, and now he was still processing the shock. When the outcome unfolded, a system window surfaced. It confirmed the kill, yet officially classified the act as self-defense. Because of this label, the villain trait would not be applied, instead a hidden. A new position had opened up, following a fierce spat in the bathroom with the mysterious. The criminal, Kang Jinhuk, lingered outside the scene, still shaken by the incident. According to his knowledge, a hunter who takes a human life is supposed to be branded with the infamous mark. Villain title. Also, clerics similar to him typically faced a drawback that diminished their skills. Sealed, he honestly thought his career was over, since his combat power would be dramatically reduced. His effectiveness slipped when he lost his cleric powers, yet striking down the assailant surprisingly. The incident prompted a class change. 2 detectives approached the shaken young man to obtain his statement about. During the incident, lead detective Joe Kyung-yang of the Hunter Affairs Division flashed his badge. and politely asked Jinhuk to cooperate with the sensitive matter. They had identified a magic-casting hunter had attacked him, and Jinhuk gave the detectives an honest report. He said that when the magician was cornered, he wielded deadly magic. He unleashed a blast of fire, fully aware a child would be caught in it. The child could have been harmed, but the detectives reassured him that the boy had only suffered minor burns and nothing serious. Jinhuk was chiefly relieved that the child emerged unscathed. Investigators confirmed the child's safety owed to his quick and proper response. Thanks to his praiseworthy act of subduing the offender, they foresee no obstacles in officially classifying the incident as self-defense. He was told he could head home once the investigation was finished. Though Jinhuk had expected more hurdles, the officials turned out to be remarkably sensible. Detective Joe explained that the young man's prior reputation probably swayed the outcome, noting that hunters are governed by rules that differ from normal law. Still, another factor made the authorities treat him more gently. He had not earned the villain title, even though he had taken a life. That designation is reserved only for those who deliberately commit murder. The charge disappears when the killing is ruled self-defense. Hunters kept that rule as an unspoken secret. By staying silent about what he'd seen, Jinhuk could sidestep a formal legal trial. Conversely, if he revealed any details of the incident, it would throw major complications into the Hunter Affairs Division. Jinhuk grasped the stakes and decided to keep quiet. Nevertheless, from the division's standpoint, trust was limited and risky. To be cautious, Detective Joe gave Jinhuk a recording device as a safety precaution and told him to carry it with him at all times. The monitoring tool would activate if it detected 3 specific forbidden words: murder, villain, or self-defense, and instantly transmit a signal to the authorities. As long as Jinhuk avoided discussing the incident and using those terms, the device remained silent. No problems were anticipated. Detective Joe urged Jinhuk to head home and recover from the shock. Reassured him that the experts would take care of the cleanup. Jinhuk thanked them. The detectives headed home, his face grim, right after he left. The detectives started discussing him, noting that rumors claimed he was the one who had defeated the new creature variety. They noted that even an ordinary onlooker would quickly see Jinhuk was not just a low-rank sea hunter, yet he successfully blocked a maximum-strength fire attack, taking no damage. He defended himself while shielding a child, confronting a criminal who wielded high-level magic. Was not a foe anyone could easily defeat. At this point, Jinhuk's enigmatic powers remained. Were undeniably more than just exaggerated rumors, and the division was convinced that Kang Jinhuk possessed power that far surpassed that of a typical C rank. The detectives hoped he'd steer clear of any further trouble that could help them build mutual trust. At last, he found himself alone. Jinhuk studied his new class, the Inquisitor, an obscure classification for which no public records were available. He'd long desired that class, yet never imagined it would arrive so quickly. Rather than simply skimming the skill descriptions, he decided to put his new class to the test in real combat. He led a goblin close enough to strike, using it to test the new ability that had replaced his healing, now called Hard Skin. He also gained a status-resistant skill that made him less vulnerable to poison, sleep, stun, and various other adverse effects. Content with his fresh spoils, Jinhuk raised his fists at the goblin before him. He finally understood why the term transformation was used. Even though his old skill effects remained, they had shifted from a supportive to a self-focused role. While he could no longer use Holy Aura, he had acquired the Fighting Spirit skill, which reworked his aura for combat. Facing goblins with only his fists had become far simpler. His Holy Shield skill was replaced by a defense charge move, letting him surge ahead with unstoppable power and a nearly impenetrable defense. Wiping out swarms of goblins with nothing, but his body was now remarkably easy. He had essentially gained a protective ability, a charging move, and resistance to every status effect. His shift into an Inquisitor role turned him into a fully armored combat tank. After finishing the test of his new combat abilities, he shifted his focus to his other new skills. He gained a perception that quantified karma, giving each person a numerical score of their morality. Jinhuk pulled out his phone, flipped on the front camera, and saw the number 64 floating over his head. Whether this talent had any real use was still unclear. With no benchmark for high karma, he couldn't tell whether his score of 64 was good or bad. In addition, he gained a new karma-linked ability called Judgment. This skill boosts his stats and grants extra effects when facing enemies with high karma. Concretely, his power rises by 20% against foes with 200 or more karma, 50% against those with 300, and a full 100%. Against those with 500 or more karma, he would grow stronger in battle, essentially gaining more power while fighting. Malevolent figures. That trait alone was enough to make the Inquisitor class worthy of. Its hidden status notwithstanding, the class overtly urged its wielder to hunt down villains. It was unprecedented. After his experiments, Jinhuk headed straight to the forge. When he arrived, the old dwarf was just finishing imbuing his bat with lightning. Power. The weapon can now hold up to 3 lightning charges, each of which requires a 30-minute recharge. Jinhuk was naturally very pleased with the upgrade and asked how. To use the impressive new feature, the method turned out to be quite simple. The old dwarf had caught a kobold that was trying to steal from his workshop and had secured it in the backyard. It made for an ideal test subject, and the creature snarled and struggled. Aggressively, it still could not escape its restraints. To wield the lightning, Jinhuk didn't need incantations or gestures, just a clear mental image. The young man fixed his gaze on the target and settled into a stance like a baseball batter poised for a fastball, while he pictured electric charge coursing through the bat. He drew a deep breath, honed his intent, and with one full swing, he launched a ball of lightning. It crackled as it sliced effortlessly through the air. When the kobold was struck, it shrieked in pain as a torrent of electricity tore through its body. One charge was enough to scorch the creature, its chains dropping as the form disintegrated to dust. Even the skeleton turned black, proving the thunder blast's sheer force. The old dwarf smiled with pride at his craft, noting that a ranged attack would make Jinhuk's future battles far easier. After the test, Lucia approached Jinhuk and asked for a private word. She led him to a secluded corner and snatched the unfamiliar pendant from his neck, questioning his recent activities outside. Seeing Jinhuk's divine aura had vanished, she grew suspicious of the strange item and worried that he was involved in something offbeat. The young man defended himself, telling her it was all a misunderstanding. He gave Lucia and the old dwarf a rundown of what had happened outside, explaining how his involvement in an incident had turned his divine power into something else. He also said he couldn't provide specifics because of a strange trinket the detectives had handed him. The old dwarf believed the solution was simple: neutralize the device first, then they could hear the whole story. The blacksmith was ready to tamper with it. The trinket, but Jinhuk had to run an errand for him first. The old dwarf insisted. The job was trivial, just a simple favor in exchange for his services. After rummaging through, he threw a compass from his bag into Jinhuk's hand. Lucia, mealy-eyed as she examined it, seemed to. She realized exactly where the old dwarf was sending Jinhuk, and she looked worried, utterly clueless about. Considering what he was getting into, the young man wondered if he had been sent to a dangerous location. The small errand guided King Jinhuk onto a treacherous mountain path that seemed to defy the. Against the laws of physics, he plunged into an apparently bottomless chasm, armed only with basic hiking gear. He lamented that the old dwarf had sent him to such a perilous place just to mine ores. As the young man wrestled with the descent, Lucia remained utterly calm, even teasing him. Because of his difficulty, she insisted he follow her lead precisely and never stray on his own. If he wanted to avoid trouble, Lucia flaunted her acrobatic skills and leapt gracefully. She descended from the cliff, using her hands for support while the rope kept her safe. Jinhuk could only sigh, recognizing he could never match her effortless grace. Lucia scolded him for his excessive fear, saying he was unnecessarily limiting himself. Spurred by unfounded fear, the elf wasted no time and plunged into the seemingly a bottomless abyss, unperturbed as gravity guided the fall. Jinhuk considered she might have it. He might have been overcautious, and he should trust his improved physical abilities more. So he released his nervous grip on the rope and fell freely beside Lucia. He thought he should at least try pushing his body's new limits this time. As the drop drew to a close, he braced himself with hands and legs, stopping his fall and landing unhurt beside Lucia. Finally, Jinhuk realized he was no longer a normal human. The elf already knew he had a superhuman constitution, but old fears were keeping him from unleashing it. Midway through their task, they paused on a steep ledge and discussed what had actually happened. Lucia worried that tampering with the monitoring device might land Jinhuk in trouble. Yet the old dwarf had assured them it would be fine, implying that a workable method must exist. That blacksmith might have seemed grumpy, yet he was undeniably skilled and reliable. Even Lucia, who loathed the old dwarf, had to admit he was dependable in situations like this. She was curious to uncover the karma values tied to Jinhuk's new class. She asked about her karma level, and Jinhuk told her it was 82, the highest of the three. His own score was 64, while the old dwarf's was 72. Given the hardships Lucia had endured, her possessing the highest karma was no surprise. She had to do whatever it took to survive. Still, the gap between her and Jinhuk was only 20 points, and he'd taken just one life so far. Lucia, by contrast, had long ago lost track of her own tally. It dawned on her that in the world she came from, there were beings called saints who could see good and evil in a single glance. Jinhuk insisted he was far from a saint, and she agreed. She was simply pointing out that the ability to measure evil exists in other dimensions as well. In any case, Lucia had little enthusiasm about locating a mine for the dwarf. She was far more eager to thoroughly evaluate the young man's new skills. When asked why she was so fascinated by Jinhuk's abilities, she jokingly said she just found him amusing. Because staying in an empty dungeon wouldn't teach them anything about karma, Lucia suggested they head back to the outside world to run some experiments. Jinhuk felt guilty about leaving the old dwarf's errand unfinished, but his real goal was to better understand his new powers. As Lucia had warned, a dungeon with only the two of them wouldn't help. He pulled something out of his pocket, a return stone that could whisk him instantly to a preset location beyond the walls. Crushing it in his hand opened a dimensional rift, and Lucia, momentarily startled, was pulled through. The act oddly raised Jinhuk's karma. Soon the pair found themselves on a crowded city street. Lucia bought a drink while Jinhuk fretted that her magical disguise was failing to keep them from drawing attention. Dee told him she used enchantments to blend into the populace, but the illusion, rendering her in plain clothes, made them even more eye-catching. Nearly every passerby stared at the beautiful woman beside Jinhuk. With a teasing grin, Lucia said her beauty was simply impossible to hide, rendering the camouflage useless. Though Jinhuk tried to argue otherwise, he couldn't deny she was the most attractive woman he'd ever met. After setting aside casual chatter, Lucia set out to clarify their understanding of karma scores. Simply put, malevolent actions add to one's karma. For example, Jinhuk's score rose by 1 point when he broke his promise to the old dwarf. Karma can also build from other negative deeds, but it doesn't increase in cases of consensual harm or self-defense. Although they hadn't yet nailed down a definitive range for high versus low karma, they agreed that a score over 200 marked a villain. Removing a user who has already crossed the 200 karma mark would not incur a penalty. It would simply be categorized as self-defense rather than murder, because the system no longer regarded those beings as human. Since neither Lucia nor the dwarf had even hit 100 points, one would have to be. It was exceptionally cruel to exceed 200. Jinhuk had watched passers-by all day, but still had not seen one. Any average person scoring over 50 was likely squandering their efforts in a fairly peaceful public space. To encounter genuinely high karma individuals, they had to relocate to a cedar district of the city. Luckily, a notorious gathering spot for the malevolent was there. Easily found in the city's red light district, Lucia was captivated by its intense allure. Vibrant lights bathed the streets at night. She wondered whether the inhabitants were worried about being spotted by monsters. Jinhuk patiently explained that, unlike the situation in her world, monsters rarely roam the earth freely. As an elf, she sensed the atmosphere. She found the red light district repulsive, yet she admitted the lights were aesthetically pleasing. She presumed every world had its own merits. As they walked down the city streets, a shady bartender cut them off and remarked on how attractive Lucia was. The man claimed the bar was hosting a special event, letting beautiful women receive up to 5 free cocktails. Lucia simply pushed the man aside and kept moving on her way. Before Lucia could go any farther, Jinhuk grabbed her shoulder and told her to wait. He urged them to stay a while to savor the complimentary drinks. The barman's face lit up as he led them inside, promising to give Lucia the finest service possible. After a whole day of wandering, seeing only ordinary folks with mediocre karma scores, Jinhuk finally found what he'd been hunting. He spotted the barman, a villain marked by a 300 karma glow hovering above him. The two of them settled at the bar and began sipping the drinks laid out before them. The beverage had a sweet flavor that Lucia found very pleasant. The drink had a sweet taste that Lucia found very pleasant. At the same time, the barman was quietly snickering after he'd just served the two a beverage laced with a poison potent enough to paralyze a target with a single drop. Thinking the fast-acting toxin had knocked them out, the barman signaled to the thugs positioned nearby. The thugs were determined to knock Jinhuk out first. As they closed in, the young man spoke up, challenging their decision. With his status effect resistance active, the poison in his drink had no impact. Jinhuk spun swiftly, delivering a staggering blow to an attacker's jaw. The young man smirked, relishing the chance to finally unleash his strength on these minor foes. He pulled his arm back and fired another punch that hit 2 henchmen at once, a double strike. The distance the men were hurled made it clear that his punches were extraordinarily powerful. Seizing the moment, he pivoted sharply and, with his other leg, struck a second man in the face before the assailant could recover. One kick was enough to knock the man out. At the same time, Lucia slowly began to regain her senses as the paralytic agent's effects faded from her system. She turned her head and saw several thugs lying on the floor, all brought down by Jinhuk. Lucia was bewildered and asked what was going on. Essentially, the young man was just dealing with the troublemakers. Having watched the whole showdown, the barman finally signaled for his main enforcer to step in. Buzzcut tossed off his jacket, muscles rippling beneath his shirt. He knew he had to see the young man as a real threat. With a sudden burst of speed and power, he charged ahead, yet the two onlookers watched him with indifference. Jinhuk fixed his gaze on the hulking form as it hurtled toward him. Lucia took another sip of the spiked cocktail and asked, "Do you need anything, Jinhuk?" He rejected her offer, confident he could face a new opponent on his own. Buzzcut snapped, feeling ignored by the conversation between the pair. He unleashed his hardest punch, only to be halted by a perfectly timed grab from Jinhuk. No matter how hard he pushed or how he tried to steer, Buzzcut couldn't get Jinhuk, who clutched his fist, to move at all. That realization proved the odd youth was a hunter. Buzzcut carried the look and fighting style of a seasoned hunter, yet he wondered that if Jinhuk were truly a hunter, he would be battling monsters instead of rubbing shoulders with shady criminals in a disreputable bar. Buzzcut hadn't anticipated running into someone as capable as Jinhuk during their illicit operation. Realizing he was completely outmatched, he was already plotting a way out of the perilous situation. At that instant, Jinhuk nudged his hold and mercilessly crushed the man's fist. Buzzcut wailed as he felt a cascade of bones snap all at once. Jinhuk wasn't finished. To silence Buzzcut, he landed a punch straight to the man's mouth. Buzzcut was hurled backward, his body flying uncontrollably until a line of bar chairs slammed into him and brought him to a stop. After all the enforcers were dealt with, the only criminal left was the terrified barman. Jinhuk advanced quickly, slamming a chokehold on him and pressing with such force that the windpipe nearly collapsed. He hauled the barman off the ground, cutting off his airflow while he began questioning. Naturally, Jinhuk believed the interrogation would be ineffective without a physical assault. He then splashed the bar walls with the villain's blood. When he realized he'd thrown enough blows, Jinhuk's fists were slick with red. The villain's face was left battered, almost unrecognizable. Jinhuk began his questioning. It was clear this wasn't the first time the barman had orchestrated something like this. That sort of scheme. To carry out this operation, he needed a benefactor's backing, the bartender. He firmly denied any support, yet Jinhuk argued that a low-level criminal could repeatedly drug drinks and abduct women, slipping past law enforcement each time. The hired thugs must also be tied to a larger power structure. Recruiting them would be impossible. Without any organizational resources, Jinhuk stared into the villain's eyes, offering a final chance to speak. Even after the beating and the threats, the barman persisted in denying any external involvement. Such a firm refusal to disclose implied either extreme devotion or that the person. The secret behind the operation turned out scarier than the current assault. To confirm which was true, Jinhuk decided to step up his tactics. He grabbed one of the barman's feet and began pulling. The villain, now terrified and confused, began to writhe and shout. Jinhuk insisted he was only helping the man find the will to confess. The barman tried to keep a stern front, claiming violence wouldn't force cooperation, but the young man scoffed. Just as Jinhuk was about to pull a more brutal move, Lucia stepped in, demanding he back off and abandon his savage, twisted tactics. She summoned a strange energy in her palm and gently guided it toward the barman's face. The villain's expression swung from fear and confusion to a relaxed slackness, yet he stayed unsightly. The moment Lucia's strange power seeped into the barman's system, a quiet lull fell. Suddenly, his face twisted into a demonic grin, and he asked the two if they were agents of the organization called Ultron. He then panicked, insisting that whatever Ultron did, it was already too late. Whatever Lucia had done to him left him in a mumbling state. Her action simply made it easier for the barman to confess, but she hadn't anticipated that he would go completely insane and start spilling information uncontrollably. The barman went on, saying Ultron was no threat. His tyrant guild would crush every foe. With that in mind, the pair realized the force behind the illegal operation, the tyrant guild. It soon became clear that the problem was far bigger than Jinhuk had imagined. He pressed the deranged bartender for the source of his certainty that the tyrant guild could slaughter their enemies. The man simply answered that they possessed Aelin's elixir. That reply only deepened the young man's confusion, as he had no idea what the barman was referring to. A few minutes later, police arrived to investigate, prompting Jinhuk and Lucia to slip away. They had unexpectedly uncovered a vast conspiracy that stretched to the top, with a powerful guild quietly orchestrating it. Lucia revealed that Aelin's elixir amplifies a user's stats twofold, but its production demands the sacrifice of countless young women, a fact that had never crossed her mind. She found it hard to believe that a guild on Earth could create something so sinister. That a group was indeed trying to produce the drug, a compound comparable to Aelin's elixir was also found on her home world, where it was called the Queen's Tear, one of Lucia's. In their youth, close friends were turned into fertilizer for this elixir. Many years later, immediately after reaching platinum rank, Lucia launched a personal campaign to eradicate the company that produced the drug. That history explained why she had. They kept that grim expression after leaving the bar. The immediate question was what their next move would be. Knowing the barman had revealed the elixir was almost finished, their only option was to wipe out the Tyrant Guild before completion. Back at the same bar, just after the police had left, a man dressed entirely in black was briefing his superiors. He wore a mask and glasses that obscured half his face. His own investigation showed that the incident was not the result of an internal dispute. Oddly, the attackers had killed only the bartender before departing, a method unlike that of the Arrival Guild or any allied faction. The masked man's new assignment was to identify who had disrupted their operation as quickly as possible, and he was confident he could apprehend the culprits swiftly. Turning to the Titan Guild, its senior leaders were abroad on a business trip. Secretary Lee Hyena reported that the Hong Kong visit yielded outstanding results. If the guild continues this strong performance into the second half of the year, it could add 15% more members. Though the guild is thriving, its leader, Co Sang-ho, is not feeling well, stressed by the latest news about Alan's elixir. As he had suspected, Lee Hyena was completely unaware of it. The association had been working hard to keep it hidden from the public. At that moment, she found it hard to return to Korea because she still had overseas guild matters to attend to. Because of that, Sang-ho had to act alone for the moment. He ordered Secretary Lee Hyena to immediately dispatch an urgent directive to the whole guild. The Titan Guild would now declare a fully hostile stance against the Tyrant Guild. A war was looming over everyone. Taken aback by the drastic move, Lee Hyena demanded more details before the guild could plunge into a major conflict. Sang-ho answered that failing to prepare now would only stir greater chaos later. He stressed that the information he had gathered was essential for avoiding disaster. If it proved accurate, there would be no time to act once pandemonium began. Lee Hyena demanded to find out what kind of information the leader had received that would prompt him to act in such a way. In an uncharacteristic move, Sang-ho realized that this order was essentially a declaration of war. He challenged an organization as large as theirs, and he told his secretary that the Ultron. By that time, the guild and even the government would stand by them. Even so, assurance was illusory. War presented enormous risks for everyone involved. Lee Hyena suggested that they at least consult their guild executives to craft a more cautious, rational choice. Sang-ho, however, he had already made his choice. His thoughts were clearer than ever, and he had no time for nonsense. During meetings, Lee Hyena could see it in his eyes and knew the leader was resolute about it. The situation was critical. Sang-ho, who was usually cautious, was now making a remarkably decisive move. He recognized her unease about proceeding blindly with so little information available. In the meantime, Sang-ho wanted Lee Hyena to trust his judgment and issue the order. They carried out quiet investigations inside the guild before issuing the formal announcement. The war could be postponed. Concerning the internal probes, Sang-ho had already singled out a few people. He needed more details. The sudden turn in Sang-ho's attitude was clearly sparked by a single text from Jin-huk, warning of the Tyrant Guild's plan to craft a deadly drug through human sacrifice. Meanwhile, Lucia was lounging at Jin-huk's house, munching sweets and teasing the young man about his future plans. She was relieved to know that trustworthy, level-headed people like Sang-ho still existed in the world. She said that if nobody had agreed to join forces to destroy the Tyrant Guild, she would have handled it herself. It reinforced their claim that the method of making Lan's elixir was undeniably cruel. Jin-huk asked when the elf would head back to the dungeon instead of running out of food all day. She declined to return to the tedious dungeon, missing her chance to join a raid against a villainous guild. She wondered the Tyrant Guild had to be more than ordinary hunters if they'd gone mad enough to create something that vile. Even Jin Huk admitted that, at his current level, he couldn't tackle such a massive organization alone. Lucia formally offered her help to take down those scoundrels together. Jin Hyuk thanked her for the offer, even though she was under no obligation to. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door and called out for Kang Jin Huk. He hadn't been expecting anyone, so the unexpected visit startled him. The visitor might have been nothing more than a delivery person, or perhaps something far more intriguing, maybe the masked operative sent to investigate the bar incident. He owned a magical compass that could trace a person's blood trail. Now, he was using the barman's blood to follow the marks still on Jin Huk's body. After exiting the bar, the operative slipped through the sprawling city effortlessly, no car required. The masked figure launched his pursuit, leaping from rooftop to rooftop across the high city skyline. After tracing the blood trail, he finally reached an apartment building. He stared at the unassuming house, and a feeling of something being off washed over him, heightening his unease. For a brief moment, he thought the building looked hazy or indistinct, but he quickly dismissed it as a trick of his mind. He also recognized the location as the home of the Hunter's people. Had dealt with the Leviathan earlier, hinting the two incidents might be tightly linked. That made no difference to the masked man. He'd been given a job, and he intended to. To finish it, suddenly he conjured a thick needle from thin air, its sinister aura pulsing ominously. He intended to snare his target and ask a few questions. Jin Huk walked to the door and called out. He asked who was on the other end, and as expected, the masked man replied that he was late with a delivery. That had been delayed by an accident. The young man was not foolish. It was highly improbable for. A delivery appeared at an absurdly late hour, and with the house still under a recognition-suppressing spell, it was virtually invisible. He surmised that anyone capable of piercing such a powerful charm just to pose as a courier must have malicious intent. Still, Jin Huk opened the door, remaining highly alert. The masked man immediately tried to force his way inside, a sinister needle in his hand. Anticipating the move, Jin Huk easily intercepted the attacker's hand as it lunged. He slyly asked if poison darts were now a free addition to deliveries. The masked man, who was meant to run the ambush, was the one who got completely taken by surprise. Lucia, in a rush, urged Jin Huk to step aside before firing an arrow from her bow. The arrow thundered forward, its speed and velocity immense. At that close range, there was no time to dodge as it ripped through the villain's body. The impact hurled the masked man backward out of the second-story apartment, where he crashed hard, bleeding profusely, while the arrow remained lodged deep in his flesh and organs. Lucia knocked a second arrow and told Jin Huk to step aside, as she planned to finish the man. Jin Huk waved her off, insisting he would handle the problem himself, convinced the man was after him because of the events that had unfolded at the bar. Lucia warned him that the attacker was far from ordinary, as proven by the fact he'd survived one of her arrows. As the masked man tried to wrest the projectile free, a shiver ran through him, stunned by the woman who had pushed him into such a dire state with a single strike. Finally, he managed to yank the arrow out, blood staining the pavement. Every instinct in the masked man's mind was urging him to step back for the moment. By the time Jin Huk tried to follow, the assailant was already darting across the neighboring rooftops, looking wounded. Lucia asked if the young man would chase him, but Jin Huk thought it was too troublesome. He figured the man would inevitably come after him again, so they could settle matters later. The most striking detail was the masked man's karma value, a score over 900 glowing above his head. It revealed he was a remorseless killer, and Jin Huk was keen to face him. A true villain, so this twist was perfect. He even pondered how he could act in a new, cunning way. He employed the masked man for his own agenda. The next day came, and a guild car accompanied Jin Huk and Lucia headed into the mountains. The driver pulled over and gestured toward the remote investigation site. The location. They'd been brought there by guild leader Sangho's personal directive, but it was common knowledge that many in the Titan Guild still disliked Jin Huk. Watching the troops had gathered at the base, and the young man guessed that half of them were rank hunters, or perhaps even higher. It was a truly elite group. The commander was the same man who'd once tried to provoke a fight with Jin Huk. Executive Han Yongsik was set to spearhead the operation. From the very beginning, Jin Huk sensed it would soon become a real nuisance. The executive formally introduced himself as the head of the operation. Much to Jin Huk's surprise, he mentioned the incident they'd experienced during the recent aerial attack. Jin Huk noticed a change in the executive's demeanor, noting how much friendlier and kinder he seemed than before. Yang Sik cleared his throat and awkwardly apologized for his behavior from that time. He admitted he'd become a bit too zealous in his devotion to the guild and used the moment to apologize for their first meeting, hoping it wouldn't hamper the current operation. Yang Sik also asked about the woman Jin Huk had brought along. The young man presented Lucia as a capable ally who wouldn't jeopardize the mission. The executive felt a twinge of unease. No one had mentioned any extra crew. Before he could voice a complaint, the recon team that had been dispatched earlier returned. Yang Sik stepped aside for a moment to review their scout report. Although the executive could have offered an apology, it was clear he still looked down on Jin Huk and Lucia, seeing them as mere C-ranked novices. In any case, their real strength mattered little, as the executive had a different agenda for the mission. Lucia instantly sensed the executive's duplicity and asked Jin Huk whether they really intended to let that man take the lead. Jin Huk reassured her that everything would be fine. More importantly, he mentioned that someone had been tailing them since earlier. Both Lucia and Jin Huk had spotted the poorly concealed pursuer long ago, but the young man decided to ignore him for now, hoping to use him later. Before the operation began, Jin Huk handed Lucia a glowing crystal. The small gem functioned as a communication device, connecting with anyone within a 10-kilometer radius, so keeping it was essential. The data was accessible. Yang Sik returned after confirming the initial intelligence, holding the information they had. Collected evidence clearly pointed to the Tyrant Guild's involvement in human trafficking. In planning the assault, the executive issued a specific request to Jin Huk. The reconnaissance team had. They found a formidable barrier around the facility and concluded there was just one. The person could slip past the barrier unnoticed. Yang Sik insisted that it was Jin Huk. He was the sole candidate fit to breach the barrier. Jin Huk publicly accused the executive of ordering him to carry out what was essentially a suicide mission deep inside enemy lines. Still, he clung to the pretense of being an unbiased leader, all the while speaking sarcastically. It was suggested that only the one who defeated the Leviathan could successfully carry out such a thing. He stressed that a stealth operation would be more efficient if Jin Huk worked alone. He was more at ease than with the unfamiliar Titan Guild members, and Yang Sik was openly laying out the entire plan. Burden fell on Jin Huk, offloading all associated risks onto a single individual, while the executive. He might have thought he was manipulating Jin Huk, but that was exactly what Jin Huk had wanted. So Jin Huk teamed up with a small squad of Titan Guild hunters at the spot where the barrier could be breached. The plan was simple. The magic users would carve a tiny opening in the barrier, and Jin Huk would have to slip through quickly. They reached the eastern side of the facility and rushed onward. The spellcasters could keep the tiny opening open for only a few seconds, forcing Jin Huk to move quickly and sprint. Without delay, they started building the barrier to create a tiny access point for him. Jin Huk didn't care that he'd been sent alone into enemy lines on purpose. His real curiosity was what the Tyrant Guild was hiding in that mountain. The moment the gap opened, he dashed through the barrier and eagerly scanned the compound. Jin Huk stopped abruptly, drew his reliable bat, only to be confronted by a strange view. Inside, the base looked nothing like what the outside suggested. The barrier seemed to be cloaked in a distortion illusion. His first task was to find the camp's main entrance. After moving around unchallenged for several minutes, he noticed how few guards were posted. The first one he saw was stationed near the barrier, apparently guarding an entrance. Jin Huk inferred that a guard's presence meant something important lay nearby and needed protection. That turned out to be his most promising lead yet. He leapt into the air, lifted his bat, and poured all his strength into the preparatory swing. As Jin Huk swung, the guard beside him vanished in a puff of smoke when the bat struck the ground. It was only a trick, no real foe there. He'd intended to knock a guard out to capture him and interrogate for access, but now he'd have to find another entryway. To his surprise, this supposedly secure facility still had automatic doors, like a supermarket. The security was laughably inadequate, with no CCTV cameras in operation. They clearly assumed the women they'd taken had no chance to escape. To make sure he wasn't deceived, Jin Huk secured an insurance policy. He searched his inventory for a policy. Then he pulled out an EMP generator, built from repurposed electrical parts. Tossed the monsters casually onto the floor. This device would cut off all communications or security gear right around the corner. That was why he'd left. Lucia's magic communication crystal pulsed to life. The instant the EMP fired, Jin Huk set about formulating his next steps. With the entire compound offline, he was ready to launch the real mission. From a distance, the masked man kept a close watch on Jin Huk. He was beginning to piece things together. Just like the others, the young man was involved in both the bar incident and the Titan Guild. The masked man seemed to have his own hidden motives, and Jin Huk was a key part. To secure their success, as a direct result of the EMP, Jin Huk had activated one of the idol. The guards at the facility watched his game abruptly halt when the phone ran out of power. One of them grumbled, blaming the remote, rural spot for disrupting his gaming. By the time he finally sensed something was wrong, the red bat was already mercilessly slamming into the side of his face. Jin Huk didn't even swing a bat. He hurled his weapon, spearing the guard with its blunt end. After confirming the guard was down, he activated auto-recovery to bring the weapon back. Jin Huk finally found a flesh and blood opponent. Blood splattered the wall as the guard slammed into the smooth concrete with a thud. The man he just killed wasn't a hunter, just an ordinary person, yet his karma level was an astonishing 800. This place was, without question, a cesspool of vile, inhuman trash. Jin Huk now felt he could wipe out everyone tied to the operation, without any hesitation. Crossing the locked gate, he saw a long hallway crowded with prison doors, obviously where the abducted women were kept. Inside each visible cell, the conditions were appalling. The women were shackled like animals, awaiting their turn to be harvested for the cursed elixir. Jin Huk's thoughts were cut short by a man's voice asking for his identity. One cell in that row was an exception. Inside was a man, not a woman. Jin Huk recognized his uniform as belonging to the Tyrant Guild. The captive pleaded for Jin Huk to escape before it was too late, claiming everyone in the facility had lost their sanity. From the outside, the shady leader glanced at his watch, keeping track of how long Jin Huk had been in. Though plenty of time had slipped by, everything stayed hushed, so he decided it might be time for the main contingent to move in. Yang Sik ordered his men to advance and stake positions close to the facility, ready to breach if anything odd appeared. When he gave the signal, the Titan squad surged forward, their black jackets gleaming. Lucia, however, stayed in place, looking unfazed. Yang Sik couldn't understand her behavior. Eventually, the executive joined his troops in waiting, while Jin Huk tackled the tough tasks inside. Lucia wondered whether it was time for her to step in. Before the operation, Jin Huk had insisted on managing the situation alone inside the building. Her duty was to watch the Titan members outside. They were. Uncertain of what Han Yang-sik might do next, Lucia had to stay on guard. Jin Huk had advised. She resisted getting too deeply involved, yet passivity simply wasn't her style. Returning to the... Inside the facility, the imprisoned man introduced himself as Yang Dai-yun. Jin Huk asked why. The Tyrant Guild member was in such a pitiful state, and Dai-yun admitted that he had been jailed for an attempt to eliminate a high-ranking member. They were holding him alive only because of his value. You're skilled in illusion magic. The distorted barrier and the phantom guard must have. His creations were on display. Jin Huk was curious why this man would sabotage his own again together. The guild's research was clear. The reason was simple: Dai-yun could no longer bear watching his co-workers used women as monster bait. He had reached his breaking point and attempted to. They intended to eliminate the leader, yet he was captured and jailed. Jin Huk was delighted to. You couldn't find a Tyrant Guild member with that moral compass. Dai-yun's karma score was low, too. At only 62, Jin Huk formally invited Dai-yun to team up with him in dismantling the malevolent facility. He was fast asleep in his comfortable office chair in the control room. When he finally woke, he realized he'd dozed off on duty again. He'd always become drowsy at this hour, so it wasn't unusual. And since the facility rarely stirred, he deemed it acceptable. Instead of the live feeds he expected, he woke to a room of black screens. He scanned his surroundings for a clue, but nothing obvious explained the blackout. Panic set in as he tried to reboot the system, only to realize the power had been cut by Jin Huk's EMP. Every electronic device, even smartphones, went dark. The entire network was offline, and he'd missed the outage entirely while he slept. Employee of the Month. Just outside the command center, a few Tyrant Guild members were playing cards to kill time. Their game was cut short when the control room operator shouted about an emergency. The members were alarmed and, more than anything, annoyed that their pastime had been interrupted. The operator announced that the whole system had gone down, and to make matters worse, all the women had vanished from their prison cells. An intruder had appeared, throwing the entire facility into chaos. The leader split the group into two teams. One was directed to the Elan production room, while the other hunted the intruder and the missing women. The operator who allowed the crisis was ordered to find any way to contact headquarters. All prison cells were unlocked, freeing the abducted women who were rushing toward the nearest exit, their lives hanging in the balance. Dae-yoon, familiar with the layout, guided everyone along the most efficient escape route. They nearly reached the exit, yet still were far from safety as the Tyrant Guild members blocked their path. Upon spotting the escaping women, the Tyrant members swarmed the location. The first guard to arrive immediately spotted Dae-yoon, who was guiding the women toward the. He exited, making sure the women passed, then stayed behind to divert attention, giving them extra time to escape. The first tyrant, overly eager, rushed in alone, determined to kill Dae-yoon once and for all. The moment the punch landed, Dae-yoon recalled his peer in the field of illusion. The tyrant's members struggled to restrain their anger at having. I was fooled by such a simple trick, while the second team was busy chasing Dae-yoon. And for the women, the first team was facing a far more agonizing destiny. Each tyrant members were poorly armed, bringing only knives to face an opponent with a baseball bat. Jin Yuk swiftly took down the guard team, posted at the Elan production room. He employed his superior technique and footwork to effortlessly outmaneuver and mock the half-trained. The young man landed a single, decisive blow to each fighter's head. Jin Yuk defeated the last tyrant member without even breaking a sweat. Watching how fiercely these men had been defending the gate made it clear that Elan was hidden behind the door. Jin Yuk slipped inside and entered the room, moving with caution. He scanned the area and spotted every piece of gear the the tyrant organization had gathered to produce the cruel drug. They'd even built a vast underground laboratory to keep it secure. The lab was littered with human-sized test tubes, each holding a woman abducted by the Tyrant Guild. Seeing the scale of their cruel operation up close was even more repulsive than Jin Yuk had imagined. In the center sat a monstrous creature sealed in protective glass. He had to be Elan, the source of all this suffering and evil. Jin Yuk clutched his bat with both hands. The monster showed no sign of awareness. It could easily have been dormant. With a grin, the young man drew the lightning from his weapon and took a striking stance. If he landed his shot, he might finally eliminate the threat. But that felt too simple. Elan must have sensed the danger and awakened. The beast tore its glass cage apart, hurling its tentacles in a violent sweep. Jin Yuk had to dart and dodge as the swift appendages closed in on his vital points. He was forced to cancel his lightning strike, and watching the tentacles move only deepened his fear. Knowing those swift, heavy limbs could strike with lethal force, he understood that a hit to a vital spot would end him. For the time being, he had no choice but to stay on the defensive, hoping for a chance to strike. Jin Yuk forced himself to focus, knowing that calm was the only way to survive unscathed. Elan's form was grotesque, like a frenzied, tentacled creature. Finally, it tore free from its glass cage, sending thousands of razor-sharpened shards flying in every direction. Jin Yuk was beginning to realize he was completely outmatched this time. Jin Yuk activated his hard skin ability, giving himself extra protection. He slipped out of an incoming blow and surged forward, determined to finish the fight. Yet a powerful blow nearly broke his defense, revealing the strength of his opponent. After the impact, he steadied himself and readied his next move. Jin Yuk's adversary proves hard to beat, so he knows he must fight even harder. Intensity. With renewed focus, Jin Yuk unleashes a final, resolute blow, determined to put an end to the notorious people-devouring monster. He only just manages to keep it under control. As he surveys the area, he spots a peculiar item, Al Rune's magic stone, and examines it. He discovers it can't be appraised, yet its size and shape match a typical magic stone. Choosing to postpone the search, he plans to consult the dwarf. Jin Yuk then wonders if he should check on the events unfolding outside and contacts Lucia through the communication crystal. He asks if she can hear him clearly and how things are progressing on her end. He specifically. They want to know whether the women escaped safely, and Lucia replies, explaining that a man and the girls have descended the mountain, yet she notes that the individuals following them still loom nearby. They're dressed the same, something that makes her feel uneasy. Jin Yuk explains that the man leading the women. He was once captured for betraying the Tyrant Guild, but now looks trustworthy. He explains that they've decided to cooperate and that the man is now their ally. Jin Yuk reassures her and confirms. They're on the same side. With the situation clearer, Lucia turns to a more pressing issue, asking if Al Rune has been dealt with. Jin Yuk reassures her that he's handled Al Rune and even retrieved the magic stone. While Kang Jin Hai Yuk remains focused on the outside, he asks about the people chasing the women, and Lucia explains. The factions had been at odds for a while. When the white-clad figures appeared, the Titans sprang to meet them. Yet she sensed something off about the fight. She watched as the white-clad fighters eat something, and their look changes afterward. The Titans, who once held the advantage, are now beginning to falter. Jin Yuk wonders whether this strange change is tied to what was mentioned earlier, Al Rune's drug. Realizing the danger, he knows a collapse of the Titan Guild at this moment would spell a serious crisis, even though he's personally annoyed with the Titans. He recognizes that stopping the Tyrant Guild must come first. He asks Lucia if she can help keep the situation from spiraling. Lucia grasps the request, agrees to deal with the white-clad enemies, and tells Jin Yuk she can be counted on. In return, she asks for a generous supply of sweets. Meanwhile, Jin Yuk senses that everything on Lucia's side is finally falling into place. Confident that the battle is drawing to a close, he calls out to a nearby hidden figure, calling them Mr. Delivery Man. A shadowy figure steps forward, startled that Kang Jin-yuk has spotted him. Jin-yuk wonders whether this man is after him, or if he's also chasing Al Rune's magic. Stone, the masked man, admits, however, that while his goal was the same at first, it has since shifted. Kang Jin-yuk warns him that he will regret the decision he just made. As the fight begins, the opponent is stunned by Jin-yuk's astonishing reflexes, far surpassing those of a typical C-rank hunter. The assailant recalls the time Jin-yuk deflected the poison darts, wondering if that block was simply luck. Even though he harbors doubts, he ultimately convinces himself that the person he's confronting is only a C-rank hunter activates his special ability, gearing up to eliminate Jin-yuk. But as he launches his assault, he realizes something unexpected. Jin-yuk is protected by armor. Realizing this, the man tries to pull back, but before he can escape, he senses a powerful force arresting his movement. Jin-yuk refuses to let him slip away. This time, the opponent just manages to block the next attack. Doubt begins to surface when he realizes that Jin-yuk is far more powerful than he is. He had initially thought it. Frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat, the man yells, vowing to reclaim what is his. Revenge, but Jin-yuk counters, saying there will be no future chance, claiming that this. The location is the man's grave. With the immediate threats neutralized, the focus shifts to the injured, whose safety becomes the new priority. In the meantime, a status report must be compiled. The revelation that the Tyrant Guild had been producing hidden drugs shocked everyone. Without the unexpected aid of the unknown woman, survival would not have been possible. Her shots carried a force nearly that of an S-rank hunter, an ability no recorded female hunter has yet matched. With the crisis now under control, the wounded are being taken to the hospital and all recoverable evidence has been secured. The tyrant forces appear to be contained. The focus turns to wrapping up the operation correctly, but before they can move forward, a person rushes in, breathless, and delivers an urgent message. They reveal that the Tyrant Guild's leader, flanked by its strongest members, is on the way to their destination. Mentioning Cho Wan-chil, an S-rank hunter, makes it clear that staying would be a catastrophic mistake. The bespectacled executive snaps in frustration, realizing they must retreat just as victory seemed within reach. Suddenly, an urgent call interrupts. A small group of Tyrant Guild members is reportedly pushing ahead swiftly, likely as the vanguard. The warning proved accurate. Danger is rushing forward. With the enemy closing in, there's no choice but to terminate the mission, and the decision is made quickly. Everyone must evacuate together, ensuring a swift escape. One individual opts to stay, aware that slipping away with the others could spark suspicion. Staying behind will help create an alibi and shift the blame onto another party. A falsified report will be filed to shift blame onto someone else. The main goal is to prevent a direct clash between the Tyrant and the Tyrant Guilds. After discussion, the Tyrant faction decided to pin all responsibility on Hunter Kang Jin-hai-kuk, who stayed inside the facility. This scheme seems the best way to hide their involvement and slip away unnoticed. Doubts grow about the traitor's reliability, as fooling the Tyrant Guild will prove tough. The true goal, however, it isn't deception at all, it's to secure a generous amount of time, which will be spent preparing for the inevitable war. When the truth finally surfaces, they'll have a justification for their actions. That moment is the perfect opportunity to strike and wipe out the enemy. After that, Lucia asks whether the fallen pursuer standing there is the person Kang Jin-huk had mentioned. There's no time to waste. Kang Jin-huk is waiting inside. Everything's moving smoother than anyone expected. When they arrived, Jin-huk promptly handed his companions the latest reports, confirming he'd neutralized the pursuer. When asked about the current situation, he confirms that Al Rowney is dead. Yet another issue arises. He asks for help arranging the scene so the body before them looks like it died during the fight with Al Rowney. The real motive behind the plan becomes clear almost instantly. A document is handed out, and they're told to examine it closely. When they read it, shock spreads among them. The names listed are recent victims of a spate of brutal murders. If this is true, the implications are chilling. The notorious Great Guild Killer has historically targeted large guilds. This creates an opening. By attributing the crimes to that infamous killer, no one will suspect any other cause. Kang Jin-hyuk presents his plan and asks Jang Dae-yeon if he can execute it. Jang Dae-yeon agrees, recognizing its brilliance. Lucia, still not fully grasping the concerns, demands reassurance that this plan will not create unforeseen issues. Consequences, Kang Jin-hyuk assures them all is under control. With the decision made, our next priority is to exit the area swiftly. The tyrant guilds. The main forces are set to arrive soon, yet not everything is as it seems. Although half of the reports about their arrival were true, the forces are. They're already on their way, but it won't be until at least 2 more hours before they arrive. Hours, the group they'd seen approaching earlier, was merely an illusion. Jang Dae-yeon praises Jin-hyuk and thanks him for the rescue efforts that saved countless lives, yet Jin-hyuk insists no thanks are necessary. The real battle has just begun. With the Tyrant Guild suffering a serious setback, its news will surely stir the other guilds. Jin-hyuk looks forward to watching the Tyrant Guild crumble. The organization's collapse feels nearer than ever. Their hidden crimes are far graver than anyone imagined, forcing a higher-level intervention. To avoid being dragged straight into a guild war, the details must be passed anonymously to the Hunter Association, the police, the government, and the media. Some worry that exposing everything will simply help rival guilds, but most agree that safeguarding innocent people outweighs short-term tactical gains. Soon the shocking truth spreads wide. A powerful hunter guild has been secretly breeding monsters and using humans as a food source. People are stunned by the revelation, and officials label the acts a grave crime, pledging a thorough investigation. Leading guilds step forward, vowing full cooperation to uncover the entire scope of the offenses. The Tyrant Guild, however, refuses to assist in any way. The scene then shifts to Yang Si-ok, who is. He was furious when the information went viral. Suddenly, the Titan Guildmaster, CEO Sang-ho, reached out. The bleach-haired executive immediately began berating the guildmaster for leaking the details to the public. His frustration was obvious. Despite all their efforts, the Titan Guild is now being hailed as the hero for exposing the truth. Yang Si-ok claims that keeping the details secret would have let the Tyrant Guild strike first, before anyone could rally against them. He also maintains that if they had successfully recruited an S-class hunter, it would have secured their win against the Tyrant Guild. On the other hand, CEO Sang-ho stays skeptical, noting that even with such a powerful, even an ally couldn't guarantee defeating the Tyrant Guild's master. The debate. The guild war is still raging, and Yang Si-ok believes they can simply seize control. The Tyrant Guild, indifferent to collateral damage. Conversely, CEO Sang-ho cautions that innocent people might suffer, which makes the proposal is too risky. Later, Yang Si-ok is questioned about his. With genuine intentions, a guild's role is to protect citizens, not merely to gather more power. He claims he only wanted what was best. Moreover, he sees that the guild leader keeps turning down his plans. He comes to the conclusion that the Tyrant Guild has no future under its current state. Leadership is actually on a path to ruin, and this is the moment the executive contacts a specific individual and offers them a spot in the guild, only if they aid in toppling the current Tyrant Guild master. The focus shifts to Jin Uk, who is about to embark on a clandestine affair. Conversation. The venue feels odd for a covert talk, yet Jung Dae-yun arrives on time. Kang Jin-UK greets him, noting that Dae-yun looks more confident. The plan is moving smoothly, and the lies we spun earlier have calmed the situation within the Tyrant Guild. Nevertheless, the situation is still not completely safe. Rumors say the Tyrant Guild is putting together a squad to hunt down Kang Jin-hyuk. Given the guild's unstable state, it's odd that they have the resources for this. However, several high-ranking members have started questioning the recent events. The news of the murderer's discovery and the pursuer's body spread unusually fast, making them wonder if a different, true culprit was involved. Despite the lack of proof, doubts are beginning to surface. Since the plan succeeded, Jin Yuk's identity isn't at immediate risk, but remaining cautious is still essential. For the time being, he should keep a low profile until the Tyrant Guild collapses completely. The investigators heading the inquiry ask whether Kang Jin-UK would like to review the information. This seems unnecessary, yet Jin-UK has known from the very beginning that they're merely illustrations, and recognized that all were just drawings. When he's alone, he yearns to discover who truly is after him. He learns that they're an archer and a mage, both highly skilled in disguise and concealment magic. They might even try to get close to him by posing as someone he knows. After confirming these details, an additional piece of information is shared. The speaker refers to a device called the Monster Counter. Kang Jin-UK recalls using it while helping the Tyrant Guild, but this particular version now appears. Different, it turns out to be an upgraded model, a notable improvement over the original device. Following the Al Rauna incident, the association has implemented a new system to monitor hunters. Every hunter, starting with the guilds, will be required to wear a badge, thereby bringing them under the association's direct oversight. This could even make hunting with Ndungans a tough challenge. If Kang Jin-UK plans to use the elixir to boost his strength, he has to do so before the monitoring system becomes fully operational. Any rise in power after the system is put in place will be flagged by the association and could even raise the Tyrant Guild's suspicion of him. To avoid unwanted scrutiny, he must wrap up the process quickly. The introduction of such a surveillance system was unexpected, but he has no other choice. His main priority is to increase his strength, even if only a little. Without wasting a moment, he decides to head straight to the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the dwarf is angry at Jin-UK for his extended absence. He sent Jin-UK to gather ore, but the young man vanished without a trace. He's suddenly back, carrying an unexpected surprise. Jin-UK apologetically explains that unavoidable circumstances led to the delay. After weeks of silence, his sudden return, acting as if nothing had changed, clearly frustrates the dwarf. Jin-UK offers a brief apology, saying he had pressing matters to attend to, but the dwarf's attitude remains unchanged. Jin-UK's item wasn't just any material. It was a cursed item, soaked with the resentments of countless souls. Dwarves, sensitive to curses, would refuse to even approach it. Lucia had already left, saying she had an urgent task. It now seemed her departure was linked to this item. Instead of delivering the requested ore, Jin-UK returned with something completely useless. The dwarf immediately told him to get rid of it. Panicked, Jin-UK swore he didn't know the item's nature, but that excuse was utterly irrelevant. The mistake had already been made, yet discarding the item felt wasteful. He was convinced it could serve another purpose, leaving only one course of action. Lucia's earlier comment suddenly clicked. She hinted that the dwarf couldn't handle the item Jin-UK was bringing, and now the reason for her remark was clear. Beneath the cliff Jin-UK had once explored was a hidden spot known as the Dragon Temple. He was given a key and a set of instructions to unlock the temple and purify the cursed ore. If he succeeded, A weapon even more powerful than the one he already wields would be forged as a reward. A question lingered: would the key actually unlock the temple? The answer was yes, but a stern warning followed. This place wasn't an ordinary temple. It was far more perilous than any dungeon he'd faced before, and venturing in without proper preparation would be too risky. So, they decided to leave for the time being. No matter how far they'd already gone, safety was paramount. Kang Jin-yuk watched Lucia surge ahead, noting how fast she was moving. While he weighed his options for the looming challenge, only potions and scrolls came to mind, yet he sensed they might not suffice. Before he could ask Lucia for advice, his food supplies were already dwindling, and he discovered her eating what was meant to last a month. Just as he was about to react, a phone call rang. Secretary Lee Haina of the Titan Guild urgently asked for his help, naming the guildmaster Sang-ho. Her frantic tone piqued Jin Yu's curiosity. What could have happened? Then Kang Jin-yuk's hastened to the spot, urged on by Lee Haina's urgent tone. When we arrived, he found Sang-ho in a critical state, covered in blood and barely conscious. Lee Haina was scrambling to comfort him, while Jin Yu-kei knew there was no time to lose, so he hurried to administer first aid, pouring a potion onto the wound helped to mitigate some of the damage, although the immediate danger seemed to have passed. He craved answers, watching the wounded man among the shaken. The secretary wondered what had taken place to provoke such a vicious outcome. Attack, Sang-ho stumbled over the words, saying it had been a pre-planned ambush by his own guildmates. Once he was back home, he attended a guild event. He anticipated a routine gathering, but felt something was off when he realized only Han, Young, Si, Axe faction had arrived. Before he could react, it was already too late. The drinks were poisoned. His body grew weak, but he pressed on, using every ounce of strength to break free. Still, he barely survived, collapsing from his injuries. Jin Yu-kei listened intently. Even with the toxin in his system, regular guild members shouldn't have been able to overpower Sang-ho. He wondered what other factors were at play. Before he could ask, Sang-ho shivered in pain. Sang-ho's condition worsened as the wounds that the potion had begun to heal started reopening. The poison from the incident proved far more potent than expected. Jin Yu-kei immediately realized that swift action was required. He asked if anyone knew the exact poison or an antidote. Huna paused, noting that ordinary hunter antidotes wouldn't work here. Jin Yu-kei offered to take him to a specialized hunter's clinic, but Sang-ho cautioned that a hospital visit would reveal their location to enemies. Considering their options, Jin Yu-kei suddenly asked Huna if she had a car. She was unsure of their destination. He told her to get ready to leave at once. They were headed to his house. She was stunned and asked if he had an antidote on hand. Jin Yu-kei assured her he didn't, but hinted at an alternative cure for the poison. Huna quickly agreed and hurried to get ready, intent on driving as fast as she could, while Jin Yu-kei stayed back to keep watch over Sang-ho. As they approached the destination, Jin Yu-kei urged Sang-ho to stay conscious and endure a little longer. Huna suddenly spotted something unsettling and asked Jin Yu-kei if he'd seen the car tailing them. Jin Yu-kei glanced back and realized it was the same vehicle they'd seen outside the house. Huna confirmed his suspicion: they were being pursued. Knowing he couldn't let the follower catch him up to his home, Jin Yu-kei decided to alter their route and told Huna to follow. Follow his directions closely and take an alternate route. When they reach a particular location, Jin Yu-kei braces himself to confront Kang Jun-tai. He tells Huna to drive straight to his apartment while he stays behind to manage the pursuer. His colleague has already been informed and will grant Huna. She arrives, and Kang Jun-tai, who had been looking forward to meeting Sang-ho, is taken aback. Instead encounters an unknown individual blocking his path. He also questions whether Jin Yu-kei truly plans to stop him single-handedly. Meanwhile, Jin Uk watches him closely, wondering if this man. Is he the only one tracking them, or are there others? Later, Jin Uk realizes Huna isn't there. Following the instructions, he makes his way to the house, puzzled by the situation. Just as he is about to ask, she suddenly yells for. She forces him to flee at any cost, and then she unveils the terrifying reality. The man pursuing them is an S-class hunter. Jin Uk is stunned when he hears the name Kang Jun-tai. His presence is detected. It activates, confirming the man's immense power. Kang Jun-tai's aura radiates across. Within the vicinity, it becomes clear he's not a typical foe. Jin Uk struggles to keep up. His footing falters under the pressure. Huna asks if he's okay, but he can only offer a weak reply, knowing he won't hold out much longer. He begs her to leave immediately, promising they'll meet again later. Huna hesitates to abandon him, yet he remains insistent. Realizing the grave risk, she finally yields and speeds off. Yet Kang Jun-tai won't let his target slip away so easily. He maneuvers to block their path, intent on stopping the escape. Jin Uk intercepts him again, visibly frustrating the S-class hunter. Jin-tai questions why this man keeps thwarting his plans, while Jin Uk does everything in his power to buy time. Huna keeps a safe distance, hoping Jin Uk will emerge unharmed. Jin Uk sees how serious the confrontation is. Kang Jun-tai, clearly irritated, questions why someone like Jin Uk would get involved and urges him to step aside if he wants to survive, saying he's too busy to be bothered by distractions. Jin Uk refuses to retreat. He wonders whether Jun-tai really thought he'd simply bolt in terror. Before Jin Uk can answer, Jun-tai darts forward with astonishing speed, each blow both swift and deadly. Each blow forces Jin Uk into a frantic dodge, for he knows even a single hit could kill him. Afterwards, Jun-tai taunts him, eager to test his endurance. Jun-tai's assaults grow more fierce, and Jin Uk realizes that a direct hit would be fatal. Quickly, Jin Uk grabs his mithril chainmail and straps it on. As soon as it locks into place, the armor's special property activates, cutting physical and magical damage in half. When the next strike lands, he realizes just how close he came to death. Without that armor, he would not have survived. Jun-tai watches him, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected CO to call Ho such a capable subordinate. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. He wonders if Jun-tai is the C-class hunter rumored to have captured a new monster type. The name feels familiar. Jun-tai remembers Han Yukei's earlier mention of a similar figure closely linked to CO Sang-ho. Realizing this, he knows his identity is no longer hidden. Even if he escapes, his enemies will eventually catch up. Track him down, his home won't stay a sanctuary for long, before he can even contemplate it. He doubts whether he can escape an opponent as formidable as Jun-tai. Consequently, Jun-tai receives an unexpected proposition. He's urged to abandon CO Sang-ho and align with him instead. He says the new Titan Guild needs someone with his abilities, but Jin-hyuk turns it down. He makes a proposition, remaining resolute in his decision. The scene shifts to Lucia, who is exerting all. Her effort to heal the guildmaster hits a limit, and she understands she can't keep going. She steps away, weighing whether it would be better to go outside and discuss. The situation is dire. The toxin in CO Sang-ho's body remains dangerously potent. Meanwhile, Lucia has. Temporary measures were put in place to let him rest, but the treatment is clearly incomplete. For now, his pain eases, but this relief won't last long. Lee Hai-na's worry deepens as she asks what to do next and whether any other treatment exists. Lucia pauses for a moment before recalling someone who might help. The short man, she thinks he's the only one who can offer a solution. Yet another issue surfaces. Getting into the dungeon that holds the potential cure requires Jin-hyuk to be present. A possible way forward exists, but it won't be simple. In the heat of battle, Jin-hyuk struggles to keep his defense up. His opponent attacks with relentless fury, offering no chance to recover. Each blow lands hard, rapidly sapping the energy he began with. He knows he's hit his physical limit and that a potion would help, yet the unending assaults leave no opening to use it. Only one path remains. He pours every ounce of effort into a single, final strike. Determined not to surrender, he vows that if this is his end, it will be a meaningful one. Drawing on his last reserves of strength, he readies himself for a final desperate assault. Yet each attack he throws fails to connect. Jinhyuk's frustration mounts, but Kang Jun-tai is unimpressed, calling the confrontation dull. A lethal strike rushed toward Jinhyuk. He knew he had to dodge, but his body wouldn't comply, and the hit landed. Panic surged as he desperately tried to react. His thoughts screamed for action, but his body stayed still. At the last possible moment, instincts seized control, and he shifted just enough to evade a deadly blow. Kang Jun-tai noted Jinhyuk's quick move, impressed that he had survived. The chance to join forces in the live battle was offered once more. Jinhyuk turned it down, and Kang Jun-tai concluded that no other choice remained. The final strike was about to land, and Jinhyuk wondered if this was truly his end. At that instant, an arrow sliced through the air, breaking the confrontation. Lucia had arrived. She hurried along the path she'd memorized, making her presence clear. Though it was her first time on this route, she pressed on without hesitation. Each step drew her closer, and she hoped she hadn't come too late. She moved in silence. He prayed Jinhyuk could hold on, he just needed to survive a bit longer. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The fight was still in progress. Kang Jun-tai was poised to deliver the final blow, but before he could, he landed and an arrow sliced through the air. The sudden attack made him step back. He stared at the arrow of disbelief landed on him, its immense power unmistakable. Jinhyuk, struggling to stay conscious. She spotted the arrow instantly. Lucia burst in just in time to rescue Jinhyuk. She stunned her enemies with her strength, yet the S-class hunter had initially underestimated her. He had assumed she wasn't a real threat, but he quickly saw he'd been wrong when she effortlessly. She blocked his attack. Shocked by her power, Kang Jun-tai struggled to understand how she kept pace with him, but Lucia stayed focused, knowing this was not the time for instruction. She needed to end the fight quickly, so Lucia broke the enemy's spear with a single, decisive strike. He slammed him with bare hands, leaving him stunned. He struggled to understand how he was being pushed back so easily. He wondered if she could be an S-class hunter from another country, for he'd surely have noticed if such a powerful hunter were operating nearby. Jinhyuk, still recovering, was just as awed by her powerful display. Later, Lucia saw that Jinhyuk could move and offered him a choice. Should she finish off their opponent or let it end there? Jinhyuk told her she didn't need to get any more involved. Despite refusing to admit defeat, Kang Jun-tai understood that pressing on would only heighten the danger, so he agreed to pause the fight for the moment. Although he hid his choice behind a puff of arrogance, Lucia poked fun at him, yet he stayed steadfast, vowing to remember that day. Before he left, he delivered a final warning. On their next encounter, both she and Jinhyuk would meet their downfall. With that, he vanished. Now that the confrontation had ended, Lucia finally helped Kang Jun-hyuk recover. She assured him his condition wasn't as bad as he feared, and to his surprise, his injuries healed completely. He thanked her, impressed by both her combat skill and her healing powers. Lucia, proud of her own strength, playfully teased him for it, acknowledging her superiority. Later, Jinhyuk quipped that she was like an overpowered character, making it clear that it was a compliment. He then asked about guild leader Seo Sang-ho. Lucia said the guild leader was currently resting at Jinhyuk's house, but without the right treatment, Sang-ho's condition stayed dire. They discussed whether the dwarf they knew might have the antidote, and it was clear they couldn't afford any delay. After that, they set out to head back. Lucia also warned Jinhyuk not to overexert himself, telling him that his wounds could reopen if he was careless. With his identity exposed, Kang Jiniuk understood that danger could strike at any moment. He stressed the urgency of swift action, yet their primary goal stayed on rescuing Seo Sang-ho. When they arrived, the dwarf was irked, pointing out that Jiniuk had neglected to bring the ore required for the purification process. Instead, Jiniuk had brought a poisoned. The individual's involvement only added to the confusion. Jiniuk apologized, saying the events hadn't yet taken place. As he intended, he promised to make amends later. His immediate priority was to secure help for Seo Sang-ho. The situation worsened, however, when they were told that the substance was flipping. Seo Sang-ho had turned into basilisk venom. An antidote was needed, but the essential components were. It wasn't available there. Jiniuk asked if the dwarf might have the antidote. Afterwards, the dwarf replied that he was no magical repository holding everything. Meanwhile, Seo Sang-ho stared at Jiniuk with curiosity, silently probing the surroundings. Jiniuk heard the unspoken question, but didn't go into detail, simply telling Sang-ho to treat the location as one of his abilities for now. Kang Jiniuk weighed the risks of revealing this secret place, but ultimately chose to trust the guild leader, just as the leader had previously trusted him. The dwarf handed over a medicine, explaining that it would only stall the poison temporarily. Only a half day at most. If the antidote wasn't found within that time, Seo Sang-ho would not survive. Jiniuk asked about other possible treatments, but the answer was bleak. A hospital that specializes in hunters might hold the antidote, but as Seo Sang-ho had warned, enemies would spot them the instant they arrived. At that moment, Jiniuk remembered something. Later, they returned to Earth, where Jiniuk talked with Lucia. They talked about secret spots where an antidote could hide, though none were confirmed. Even with the extra time they had, a clear answer still eluded them. Jiniuk then raised one final option. If it failed, they'd be out of options. He made a late-night call, and the person on the other end was taken aback, asking what the call was about. Jiniuk cuts to the chase, asking if anyone has an antidote for the basilisk venom. The answer is a no, but the speaker mentions an underground doctor who might. When Jiniuk wonders why it's so urgent, he merely says it's a matter of life and death. The contact agrees to make an introduction and asks whether the doctor should come undercover. Because Jiniuk is a VIP, they vow to handle it with utmost discretion. Jiniuk then reassures everyone that the antidote is on its way, sparking relief and a flood of tears from Huna. Shortly, the doctor arrives as scheduled, removes the toxin from Seo Sang-ho's body, and warns that it will take at least 2 weeks for him to fully recover and regain movement. Until then, complete rest is mandatory. Afterward, Kang Jiniuk realizes that Seo Sang-ho's 2-week recovery turns into a big hurdle. For that period, he'll be unable to. He held off the Titan Guild's pursuit, even with Lucy's help. More importantly, after his recent bout with Kang Jun-tai, he's begun to see his own shortcomings. He admits that he downplayed the power of an S-rank hunter and overestimated his own abilities. Later, Lucy points out that he appears overburdened by unnecessary worries. Jiniuk admits that after facing an S-rank opponent, he sees how weak he currently is. Yet she reassures him. Although he's weak now, he has the potential to become stronger. But the way to gain that strength is risky. Lucia presents it to him, and Jiniuk vows he will do whatever it takes to become. Feeling stronger, Jiniuk prepares to set out for the dragon's temple the next day. He gathers. He carried 50 explosive scrolls, 300 mana potions, and 300 health potions, and made sure his armor was fully prepared. Weapons are ready. He also confirms that he has a return stone for emergencies, securing an escape route. Before he leaves, he entrusts Seo Sang-ho and the other ally to Lucia, asking her to look after them in his absence. Lucia warns him of the extreme dangers inside the dragon's temple, reminding him that if he becomes greedy or pushes too far, he could die. Jinhyuk acknowledges the warning and promises to use the return stone if the situation turns too dangerous. As he readies to leave, Secretary Lee apologizes and takes the blame for the risks he's enduring. Afterward, Kang Jinhyuk tells Secretary Lee there's no need to apologize, since he too is looking for revenge. He also tells Lucia that she's the only person he can count on while he's gone, urging her to wait for his return. Determined to come back stronger no matter what, he presses on. When he reaches the dragon's temple, he recalls Lucia's warning to avoid greed and to leave only when he's gathered enough strength. Yet he shuns the idea of playing it safe. His goal is unmistakable. He will not leave the premises until he's powerful enough to defeat an S-rank opponent. Kang Jinhyuk keeps walking, yet for a long stretch he encounters nothing, making him doubt whether he's on the right path. Suddenly, the surroundings blaze to life, exposing strange armor suits. At first they appear to be mere decorations, but something about them feels off. He soon realizes that they're really enemies. Rather than feeling afraid, he sees this as the exact challenge he's been looking for. When the battle begins, he sees that the armored foes look daunting but are actually weak. He pinpoints their vulnerable spot and knows he must strike their cores. Afterward, Kang Jinhyuk pays no heed to the armored monsters. He wields the perfect weapon to face them. He unleashes a powerful blast of electricity, striking all their cores at once. He wonders how the metal creatures survive the shock and what the electricity tastes like. In the Titan Guild office, Han Jinhyuk's face is etched with frustration, his anger flaring over Kang Jinhyuk's failure to capture a single impaired target and for turning a simple task into a complicated mess. He turns to his assistant, demanding an update on the executives who had backed Seo Sang-ho. The assistant inform him they've been confined to their homes and are under close watch. The Titan Guild members have also cut off all their communication channels, from the internet to phones. Hearing this, Han Jinhyuk issues a cold, calculating order to keep watching them, ensuring Seo Sang-ho does not try to escape that way. Yet before the conversation could move forward, a thunderous crash rings out, the door swings open. Kang Jinhyuk storms in, seething with anger. He demands to know why he wasn't warned about the unexpected obstacles, and Han Jinhyuk does too. He couldn't understand the sudden outburst of rudeness, especially since he had already supplied Jinhyuk with the information. The low-level hunter steps forward, and Jinhyuk, furious, clarifies he isn't talking about the man, but about the female archer. Han Jinhyuk's assistant lunges forward to step in, urging Jinhyuk to back off, but Tai ignores him. With a sharp, brutal punch, he knocks the assistant into a corner of the floor, not even taking a glance back. Right then, the bleach-haired executive realizes the man is probably referring to the woman who has been traveling with Jinhyuk. He hesitates before asking Jinhyuk if he had lost to her. The question feels like an insult to Jinhyuk, who immediately brushes it aside, calling the idea nonsense. He swears that if his spear had stayed unbroken, he would have won. From Jinhyuk's admission, Han Jinhyuk realized the woman was a formidable adversary, even for someone of Jinhyuk's caliber. It was clear this wasn't just complaining. She had truly overpowered and humiliated him. An unforeseen development unsettled Jinhyuk. Uncertain how to react, Han Jinhyuk assured her that arrangements would be made for both her and Kang Jinhyuk. He reminded Jinhyuk that he must make eliminating Sang-ho his top priority, as swiftly as possible. Only at that point could they truly take over the Titan Guild. They knew Sang-ho was already poisoned. He was likely on the brink of death, and even if he survived, he would have lost his former fighting capabilities. All they had to do was locate him, and the matter would be settled. The only remaining variables were Kang Jinhyuk and Lucia, yet the guild was determined to eliminate them this time. Han Jinhyuk assured everyone that Jinhyuk could handle the task. Once both of them were dead, nothing would stand in their way. everything would be sorted out, and the Titan Guild leader role would fall to Jinnyun Tai. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Temple, Kang Jinnyuk had beaten every armored foe and was now stepping into a second chamber. In the dim glow, he spotted a throne with a figure seated upon it. Something was off, the figure's karma level was 0. The elderly figure on the throne looked eager to welcome a new guest after a long wait. Kang Jinnyuk bowed politely, acknowledging that this man was no ordinary soul. The old man was intrigued and asked whether Jinnyuk's assumption rested on the 0 karma. Reading it made Jinnyuk wonder how the man could see karma. Instead of answering, the old man responded immediately, probing Jinnyuk's motives for visiting the temple and guessing that the cursed, grudge-laden item he carried was the reason for his journey. Jinnyuk was stunned by this individual's tone, as if he already knew everything. When the old man stepped down from the throne to face him, Jinnyuk extended his hand, revealing the stone, and confirmed that he had come to have it purified. The old man explained that it was a thing born from devouring humans, full of deep resentment. Still, he said purifying it would be no hard feat. With a single sweep of his hand, the old man uttered a spell. Energy burst from the stone, and within a minute it was cleansed. The stone's color shifted, and its menacing glow faded. Jinnyuk's expression turned to surprise and awe. He thanked the man, but the elder advised him to keep his gratitude until he fulfilled his true purpose in the temple. Perplexed, Jinnyuk looked into the old man's eyes. He felt as though he'd been whisked to another place, right as the old man told him the trial had already begun. The man warned Jinnyuk to keep his guard up and unleash his full powers, or he would lose his life. Jinnyuk was then pulled into a shadowy, desolate space, realizing it was the real trial of the dragon's temple. He felt someone approaching as footsteps grew louder. The same armored figure from the previous room materialized again, but something about it had changed. Jinnyuk's surroundings started to glow, making him wonder if he'd been shifted to a new spot. Curiously, he mentally asked the armored figure about it. Was this his foe? Would more appear? Had he merely staged a trial before the true opponent arrived? The armored entity showed no interest in Jinnyuk's speculation. Jinnyuk was taken aback when the figure urged him to get ready, announcing that the trial had begun. Jinnyuk noticed the armored figure was unlike any other. It could speak. The armored man then darted toward him, warning that this was a test of his soul. The scene shifts to Jinnyuk's neighborhood, where a band of people in sleek black masks and hoods loom. Is leaping from roof to roof at an astonishing speed. One of the hooded men apologizes to his companions for failing to find Kang Jinnyuk's house, even after searching thoroughly. I searched the correct address but found nothing. The other hooded figure seemed tense. They know that missing their target means total defeat. Kang Jinny won't spare them. They must track down the man no matter what, and the leader orders them to raze every house. Visible in the vicinity, he reasons that this will likely cause them to stumble upon Kang Jinnyuk's house. Eventually, before they could carry out the plan, one of the hooded men collapsed, his blood spreading. Across the surface, the remaining two paused to let what had just occurred sink in, but they were already almost. There was no time to flee or call for help before Lucia struck them too. After neutralizing the threat, Lucia heads back to the apartment. Secretary Lee Hyena asks Lucia if all is okay after her sudden exit. Lucia calmly tells Lee Hyena that the Titan Guild's tracker squad has been to her place. The news startles Hyena, and tension shows on her face, but Lucia assures her everything's fine. She handled the visit discreetly. After learning that the enemy intends to demolish the entire neighborhood to find them, Lucia is convinced the adversaries believe this is the only place the Titan Guild's master and his secretary could be hiding. She apologizes to Hyena in advance, explaining that if the enemy launches a full assault, she won't be able to stop them alone. She urges Hyena to hope that Kang Jinnyuk grows stronger and returns quickly. He's now the only one who can change his circumstances. while Kang Jin Yuk is fighting back as the armored man lunges at him. Jin Yuk freezes, unable to move, as the armored man feigns slashing his throat. Panic flashes across Kang Jin Hyuk's face as he clutches his neck, convinced it's been cut. Suddenly, he's back in the earlier temple chamber, completely unharmed. He checks his neck in shock, but a burst of laughter pulls his attention back to the same old man. It's the same old man who tells us the place where Jin Yuk died is a kind of virtual space. So even if he passes there, it won't kill him in reality. That's why he doesn't need to worry. Kang Jin Hyuk steadies himself. The voice is familiar, and as he turns, a door shuts behind him, confirming his suspicion. It's the same old man again. The man reminds him that Jin Hyuk is still too weak. The Dragon Temple is meant to strengthen him, but it also serves as a trial ground. Earlier, the old man had warned Jin Hyuk never to let his guard down, stressing that true power comes from resilience, not just raw strength, and urged him to keep honing his skills and face the test again. But Jin Hyuk isn't in the mood for a lesson. The urgency of his situation leaves no time for casual advice. He knows that if their hideout is compromised, Seo will say ho and Lee Hai-na will be killed. Moreover, if Juntai appears, Jin Yuk cannot win in his current state. He must immediately build more strength, yet a closed door now physically separates him from Jin Yuk. To the old man, Jin Yuk begs him to open the door, admitting his mistake and offering. He promises he will never let his guard down again, insisting that if he cannot get. Now stronger, everything feels meaningless. The old man knows that if Jin Yuk rushes back in, he will only face death again. Jin Yuk, however, remains resolute, insisting that he will only know. If he keeps pressuring the old man, what will the outcome be? The old man notes that Jin Yuk. She feels utterly desperate, especially after just tasting death. Jin Yuk refuses to give up. He insisted that if he were afraid of dying, he would have never started this endeavor in the first place. At that place, the old man, amused by Jin Yuk's spirit, decides to grant him an exception too. They re-challenge the trial. Stepping forward, Jin Yuk is pulled back into the virtual world. The armored figure praises him for coming back even after death. Jin Yuk admits he was careless before, but vows this time will not end as hollowly as the last. She laughs, then launches herself into the air to hurl its massive weapon at him. This time Jin Yuk manages to block the strike with his enchanted bat, yet the creature's astounding skill makes holding his defense feel exhausting. The armored foe realizes his opponent has steadied himself this time. As Jin Yuk fights to keep his footing, he knows he must channel his aura into his legs. He needs to find a way to push the enemy back and create some distance. Summoning his energy, he concentrates it in his lower body, hoping that a brief opening will give him a chance. With all his might, he pushes the armored foe back. The recoil almost throws JUK off balance, but he keeps his footing. He realizes a direct fight is unfeasible. He must strike, then retreat, hunting for the perfect moment. Jin Yuk rushes forward, leaping high to strike the figure. The adversary is impressed, noting how Jin manipulates his aura. Yet the aura is limited to his lower body, leaving his upper half exposed, so the armored foe easily deflects the attack. It feels as though the creature can read his thoughts. The armored figure huffs, acknowledging Jin Yuk's spirit, but warns that if that's all he has, there's no point prolonging the fight, and Jin Yuk should simply die. The armored figure launches another attack, only to find Jin Yuk blocking it, an unexpected move. Jin Yuk declares that he will not fall so easily. He had been uncertain. Earlier, he tested his theory, and the outcome was exactly what he'd predicted. The armored figure reads the aura to spot the weak spot for the attack. When he learns this, the armored figure laughs, calling Jin Yuk talented, yet insists that this discovery won't change the result. Although it's a painful realization, Jin Yuk admits the armored adversary's assessment is correct. If he keeps using his aura the same way, he'll simply fall into the opponent's trap again. Therefore, he must adopt a new approach. In combat, he opens his inventory. drinks a mana potion, and resolves to envelop his entire. He cloaks body and aura to stop the enemy, predicting his movements, before he can consume the entire. Potion, the foe attacks once more. Nevertheless, Jin Yuk's quick thinking lets him dodge Just in time, the attack lands. The armored figure watches as Jin Yuk cloaks his entire body in aura, then questions. If he's still using the earlier drug to boost his power, the adversary mocks him for depending on it. He relies on a borrowed substance, insisting that such power can never truly be his. Jin Yuk remains indifferent to tapping the source of power only when it steers him toward victory. He brandishes the enchanted bat. Jin Yuk darts nimbly, sidestepping blows and striking back with force. The armored foe delivers powerful onslaughts from all directions. Still, Jin Yuk refuses to give in. The armored figure is starting to see him as a fairly tough opponent. Even though Jin Yuk believes he's more than that, the two combatants clash for supremacy. Sparks flare and concussive blasts erupt as their weapons collide, pushing both fighters to the edge. The armored man praises Jin Yuk for his endurance, yet just then Jin Yuk jumps forward unexpectedly, warning the armored figure that his next strike could be painful before he goes on the offensive. Meanwhile, Hyung-il and Lee Jin-chul are driving past Jin Yuk's neighborhood and spot a group of 10 skilled members frantically searching for Seo Sang-ho. Hyung-il warns that catching their attention would only stir trouble. Lee Jin-chul urges him to hold off, noting that reckless moves could arouse suspicion, and tells him to wait and watch because he has a plan. He pulls out his phone and unexpectedly calls Seo Sang-ho's secretary, Lee Ha-in-ah, asking if she's spoken to Hunter Jin Yuk about Sang-ho. She remembers Jin-chul was the one who arranged Jin Yuk's doctor. Jin-chul then asks about Sang-ho's condition, and Ha-in-ah assures him the patient is safe and well treated. Remaining calm, he tells her he's near Jin Yuk's house and sees a tight cluster of guild members surrounding the area, meaning they know the master is present. He warns that if this continues, by the time Sang-ho recovers, they'll be caught in a guild blockade. To fix this, Jin-chul proposes a face-to-face meeting. Back at the dragon's temple, the armored figure is surprisingly unscathed, even after taking a massive, staggering blow. The foe mocked Jin Yuk for standing there, daring him to name any other techniques. Jin Yuk was shocked that even the lightning attack had failed. He admitted he had no more secrets, declaring that all would have to be wagered on a final decisive battle. The adversary agreed, promising a truly massive strike, and then began to radiate an overwhelming aura of power. Jin Yuk tightens his grip on the bat. He senses a divine energy emanating from his foe and mockingly calls him a paladin. The armored figure proudly declares he is not. A paladin, though more of a counterpart, then asks Jin Yuk if he's ready. Jin Yuk simply stands there. Unfazed, he had already prepared for this exact moment. When the figure lunges, Jin Yuk spots that intricate. Tactics won't cut it anymore. What we need now is a strike of pure, focused power. Jin Yuk gathers every bit of aura inside him and blocks the divine energy's attack. He knows very clearly that retreating ends everything. The armored man grasps the change. In tactics, this marks a shift from Jin Yuk's earlier efforts. He is channeling all his aura into this new approach, merging into one point to magnify its power, truly risking all on that single impact. Yet the opponent pushes him while striking, sending Jin Yuk stumbling inside his own aura. The armored figure tells him that this alone won't defeat him. The battle has finally begun. It hits its peak. The armored figure lunges and their weapons clash violently. Jin Yuk struggles against the crushing force pressing on him. Still, he vowed not to surrender. He is shoved back and slammed to the ground. He places his bat on the floor to steady himself. His body trembled from exhaustion. He managed to block the attack, yet his aura was now completely drained. Drained, he can't even summon the energy to move. The armored figure wonders if that is truly the limit of Jin Yuk's power. Raising his weapon, he declares that in the end, Jin Yuk only managed to smash the iron sword. He points out that a broken iron blade can be replaced with an aura blade, but Jin Yuk looks utterly drained. He asks how Jin Yuk plans to face him now. The armored man warns him that if no other tactics remain, the battle ends here. Jin Yuk breathes heavily, telling the armored fighter he's too talkative, urging him to finish it, and affirming that he's given his all and has no regrets. Jin Yuk tells him that even if he dies here, it's not real death, it's just another chance to face the trial and grow stronger. Then the armored figure explains that the real trial is already over and sets Jin Yuk's misunderstanding straight. It was never claimed that the goal of the trial was to defeat the armored figure. He explains that he's both the examiner and the judge. The real test was whether Jin Yuk could earn the armored figure's approval. Jin Yuk's eyes sparkle with hope that he will succeed. Fortunately, the figure does pass him, though he points out that Jin Yuk still has a great deal. A promise of improvement lay ahead. In a flash, the armored form collapsed back into the old man seated on the throne. It was the old man who had been fighting Jin Yuk all this time. The old man praised Jin Yuk's remarkable potential, yet urged him to refine his temperament, pointing out that recklessness and confidence are distinct qualities. Still, he admired Jin Yuk's unwavering commitment to give everything he had until the very end. When Jin Yuk realized it was the same person, he tried to interject, but the old man waved him back and asked him to be quiet. Wanting to know how to grow stronger, Jin Yuk was told that the man's aura was powered by divine energy, which made the method simple. He told Jin Yuk that he must connect with the divine. The old man then placed a hand on Jin Yuk's head, showing he had grown fond of him, and urged him to use the gift he was about to grant wisely. Before Jin Yuk could fully grasp what was happening, he was moved to an unfamiliar room. Panic flashed across his face as soon as he spotted a gigantic dragon. The dragon, however, reassured him not to be afraid, explaining that he had come to receive power from the one who had acknowledged him. Worthy, the dragon proclaimed that, as the challenger who had passed the trial, he would from that moment onward. She was infused with divine power. Suddenly, streams of energy surged toward Jin Yuk. The dragon urged him to accept the power, revealing this place was the burial site of it. The god viewed Jin Yuk with favor. Confusion and fear clouded his expression, yet that did not. Henceforth, the divine power would be his. Meanwhile, Lee Junchul had arrived. In Jin Yuk's apartment, Lucia sat nervously, waiting for him to return. He was running late, and she felt worried. A worry-laden expression swept across her face as her thoughts rushed, questioning whether something had gone wrong, just as negative. As her thoughts began to settle, she suddenly sensed a strange atmospheric disturbance. She turned quickly. She climbed into the attic as the dungeon gate began to appear, confirming Jin Yuk's success. Inspecting the portal, she was struck by a powerful aura pulsing from beyond. Suddenly, footsteps rang out and Jin Yuk stepped out. Lucia, standing there, was left stunned. The realization hit her. Power pulsed from him, an impossible sight, leaving her in utter disbelief. Unaware of her shock, Jin Yuk asked why she looked so stunned. She hesitated, her mind racing with questions about what had happened in the temple, whether he had truly passed every test and how he had survived. When Jin Yuk stayed silent, Lucia's fury boiled. She drew her weapon and struck, labeling him a reckless fool. She was furious that he seemed oblivious to the stakes and the danger of a botched plan, and she had warned him against greed, urging him to retreat in time. Before her strike could land, Jin Yuk deflected it with a burst of divine energy. He defended his move by saying there was no other way if he truly wanted to grow stronger, noting that he would not have gained this new power without taking the risk. Lucia clenched her fists, recognizing his stubborn refusal to heed her warning. Even though he had unquestionably become more powerful, she urged caution, reminding him that any harm to him would also jeopardize her chance to return home. Jin Yuk reassures her that nothing like this will happen again. With that confidence, she lets the situation at the apartment be in his hands. Confused, Jin Yuk asks whether she's heading back to the dungeon, but she explains she just needs rest. She also points out that he now seems more than capable of managing affairs there. As Lucia turns to leave, Jin Yuk expresses his gratitude. Lucia tells him not to mention it, saying she acted for her own sake and didn't want the dungeon harmed if he were to die. She reminds him that nothing in life comes without consequence. The boss room with the magic circle still requires her attention, so she'll remain there for a while, and he must bring her a large supply of sweets as payment. She has one final point. Once she returns to the dungeon, the magic that the suppression of the apartment's perceived state will soon lift. When that happens, the Titan Guild will find the hideout and inevitably go after them. He must devise a plan before they arrive. She is discovered, then slips into the dungeon's shadows. He then steps into the lounge. He greets the secretary. Lee Jun-chul is clearly stunned to see Jin Yuk there, while the secretary's expression brightens with happiness at his return. Jin Yuk then asks if everything was all right. While he was away, Hina updated him that Seo Sang-ho is recovering well, and that they've successfully dealt with the pursuers. This news offers a small relief, yet there is. Jin Yuk has another question. Why is Lee Jun-chul here? Jun-chul says he had been with no other way to contact Jin Yuk. He took the liberty of showing up in person. Jin Yuk narrows his eyes, realizing that the man never turns up without a good reason. Signaling that something is definitely unfolding, Jun-chul reacts instantly, delivering an unexpected. He proposes forming a new guild with Jin Yuk, but before Jin Yuk can reply, Lee Hina. He interrupts, annoyed that he wasn't, instead, proposing a way for them to escape there. Facing the current predicament, Jun-chul tells them to calm down and hear his full proposal. He speaks realistically, pointing out that even if Seo Sang-ho recovers, a return to the Titan Guild is impossible. No one has even tried to rescue him, which proves it. He says the organization is rotten from the inside out and that nothing so corrupt can be fixed. Instead, he insists on a brand new foundation, one he plans to build with Lee Hina and to make Kang Jin Yuk its centerpiece. Sliding his phone forward, he urges them to look at the material he's prepared, detailing the resources he can personally manage for the guild's creation, the physical assets already at their disposal, the talented individuals he's scouted, and the facilities they can use. Lee Hina is clearly impressed by his meticulous preparations, but she points out that even a guild of that size can't hope to match the Titan Guild. She questions whether they can really stand up to the Titan Guild with those resources, and more importantly, how they plan to handle Kang Jun-tai. Jun-chul admits he's devised a fix for that exact problem, but its success hinges on a single condition: whether Jin Hae-yuk can beat Kang Jun-tai. Jin Yuk asks why the responsibility falls on him rather than on Seo Sang-ho. Jun-chul knows that Sang-ho will need a long time to recover before he can fight, and by the time he's ready, the window will have vanished. He heard that Jin Yuk had confronted Kang Jun-tai once and survived the encounter. If the information is correct, his plan to solve their current predicament can succeed. If the rumor is false, they'll simply act as if the discussion never took place. The plan's viability hinges entirely on Jin Yuk being strong enough to challenge Kang Jun-tai. When that condition is met, Jin-chul is ready to stake everything on Jin Yuk. The news makes Jin Yuk smirk. He wants to hear the plan's details first, because his decision will hinge on them. As he's asked to unveil his strategy, the focus shifts. Far off, the Tyrant Guild leader Zhou Wan-chul is confronting Titan Guild members, demanding to know why they are brazenly intruding on his territory. He points out that, with public opinion turned against them after the all-round incident, he had expected them to keep a low profile. Yet during that period, the Titan Guild has been pushing into the Tyrant Guild's territory, and he concludes that if Titan wants, in a showdown, Zhou Wan-chul will tear every last one of them to shreds. Back in Jin Yuk's apartment, Jun Chul plans to drag the Tyrant Guild into the conflict, a strategy of direct combat. Use fire against fire. The Tyrant Guild is a massive organization, rivaling Titan in scale. Led by S-Class hunter Jo Wan Chul, they have the strength to take on Titan. Lee Hee-na, however, reminds them that the Tyrant Guild has already slipped into disarray after the Al round. Incident, she questions whether they'd truly be willing to fight a war in theirs. In their compromised state, Jun Chul confidently replies that provoking them into a fight is. It's simpler than she thinks. He explains that Titan has been expanding its territory recently. They pointed out that most of that land had originally belonged to the Tyrant Guild, while other guilds. Furthermore, Titan's actions have been overly aggressive, so if they are. Once a compelling motive is in place, the Tyrant Guild will strike Titan immediately. Lee Hee-na and Jin Yuk exchange a look, each weighing when to drop their crucial intel. Jun Chul is left bewildered, clueless about their implication. Jin Yuk then references the recent incident involving the Tyrant Guild, admitting that they were the ones who leaked the organization's dark secrets. The puzzle finally clicks into place for Jun Chul, and he now sees why Titan moved as if it already knew everything. He believes this revelation alone provides a powerful justification. Once the Tyrant Guild learns of it, they will immediately target Titan. Meanwhile, Jun Chul, Jin Yuk, and Lee Hee-na, acting as a third party, will use the ensuing chaos between the two major guilds to eliminate Titan's corrupt leadership. Han Young, Suk, and Kang Jun-ti. That's the complete plan. Jun Chul's plan has finally taken shape, and a smirk spreads across Jin Yuk's face. He's clearly committed to playing his part for Jun Chul. The agreement also confirms that the new guild will indeed be established. Drawing from mythology, Jin Yuk chose the name Pantheon, alluding to the temple of the gods who toppled the Titans. Both Jin Chul and Lee Hee-na approved, saying it fit perfectly. They agreed to move forward right away. There was no reason to delay. Jun Chul ordered Secretary Lai to leak the information to the Tyrant Guild, while also tasking her with probing whether anyone in the Titan Guild could be convinced to defect. Jun Chul himself handled the gathering of supplies, but he still needed Kang Jun Yuk to tackle one specific issue. Co Sang-ho, the guild leader, was stalled and couldn't take any action for the time being. The pursuit would probably stop once the two guilds finally clashed, but they still needed a way to keep the spotlight off him for now. Jin Yuk suggested he might have a trick up his sleeve. At the same time in Jin Yuk's residential area, Titan guildsmen, deceived by an illusion, reported locating Lee Hee-na and Jin Yuk, claiming the targets were fleeing toward Sector D. From the rooftop, Yang Dai-yoon watched the unfolding scene, while Jin Yuk nodded in acknowledgement. He thanked him for his efforts, which secured them additional time. Dai-yoon, pleased to have been of service. He recalled something Jin Yuk had mentioned earlier, the possibility of a rebellion within the Titan. The guild, curious, asked for more details. Jin Yuk explained that Han Yang-suk had tried too. Co Sang-ho was ousted, which is why the guild leader was there. Sang-ho had asked. Jin Yuk provided the help, which is why Titan's members are now frantically hunting them. He also told Dai-yoon he had nearly been killed by Kang Jun-tai. The revelation startled Dai-yoon, but Jin Yuk assured him that he was now capable of managing Jin-tai. Yet the real reason Jin Yuk had called Dai-yoon was to ask if he would be ready to join the new guild they were forming at the Tyrant Guild's third branch. Jo Wan Chul was shocked to learn that the Titan Guild had not only killed Al Round, but also let the incident leak to the media. Jo Wan Chul's assistant revealed that Co Sang-ho's the secretary personally delivered the news. She claimed she no longer cared about the outcome, was already leaving the guild, and only wanted financial compensation. The report claimed that Titan had slipped into the facility that night to steal the magic stone. But after Al Round's death, they staged a cover-up by leaking the story. When he heard it, Jo Wan Chul's body trembled with fury. He clenched his fists and bit down on his teeth. He swore he would not stand idly by as Titan carried out its plan and ordered his assistant to bring every available member together at once. With the situation escalating, the Tyrant Guild would strike first. That instant marked the official start of the war between the Tyrant Guild and the Titan Guild. Inside the Titan Guild's office, one of their own burst through the gate, gasping heavily. His chest rose and fell, the tension clear on his face. He told Jun Tai and Han Yang-suk that the Tyrant Guild had just invaded their territory. Yang-suk wondered whether they were striking back, because they'd lost their own territory. The subordinate adds there's more to the report. Guildmaster Zhou Wan-chul is personally spearheading the assault and has formally declared war on the Titans. When he heard the news, Yang-suk jolts to his feet, his jaw slackening as his eyes widen in disbelief. He panics, demanding why he hadn't been told sooner. Without hesitation, he urgently asks for Wan-chul's whereabouts. The subordinate promptly replies that their men have already been dispatched to intercept him. While Wan-chul seethes, he damages every man who comes near him. To everyone's surprise, he hoists the bus with his bare hands and hurls it, a move that frightens the Titan members and forces them to pull back. They try to surround him, yet before they can react, he disappears. In the span of an eye, he reappears far away, moving faster than they can believe. We're losing them. The squads we send out aren't coming back. They're all being killed, which makes it nearly impossible to track Zhou Wan-chul's movements. In the office, Yang-suk panics while Jun Tai smirks. He senses something's wrong, knowing it's too quiet. He was sure Zhou Wan-chul wouldn't just accept defeat without a counterattack. Seeing Jun Tai's, Yang-suk angrily questions whether this is funny, frustrated because at this rate, they'll both die eventually. He suggests reporting it to the association and having. They halt the conflict, and the subordinate, hesitating, tells him that the association is all ready. They know what's going on, yet all they've done is issue a warning. They give the impression that they won't intervene any further, but Jun Tai already knows that's not true. He would never try to halt the clash, seeing it as the perfect moment for the association to let the unruly, powerful guilds battle and weaken one another. After hearing this, Yang-suk orders his subordinate to change the plan and ask the association to intervene, citing the danger to civilians. The subordinate's face tightens as he apologizes, admitting that even this new strategy won't work. In District 9's residential area, broadcasts are airing about the clash between the Titan and Tyrant guilds. Residents in the surrounding neighborhoods are urged to evacuate to a safe location. The guild members show no concern for civilians, they only crave combat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jin Yuk rushes to the scene. There, he sees a little girl sobbing because her mother is injured and trapped inside a car. As the threat closes in, Jin Yuk steps in and rescues the child. Jin Yuk orders Lee Hina to ferry these people to safety, and to alert every guild member that shielding civilians is the highest priority. The broadcast announces that the Pantheon Guild's first mission is to protect civilians at any cost. Hearing about this unfamiliar guild, Yang-suk wonders who it belongs to, since he has never heard of it before. Jun Tai suspects an obscure guild is hoping to seize the moment to build its reputation, pointing out that many mid-level guilds would eagerly take such a chance. He adds that, above all, they still need to confront the tyrants. Suddenly, Yang-suk urges him to pause, insisting the civilians' protectors appear tied to C.O. Sang-ho or Jin Yuk. Jun Tai brushes off the warning, though the name Pantheon rattles Yang-suk. He knows that in Greek myth the Pantheon was the shrine of the gods who defeated the Titans, so the name feels deliberately chosen to strike them. That line of reasoning clicks with Jun Tai, since their appearance right now also seems suspect. The tyrants, war declaration, and sudden attack, the precise timing of everything, it's all too perfect. Thus they conclude that either C.O. Sang-ho or Jin Yuk is pulling the strings behind the Tyrant Guild. Immediately, Yang Suk receives a call. One of his men relays Zhou Wan Chul's route. From his current path, Wan Chul looks like he's heading straight for the guild headquarters. Yang Suk's face hardens. He tells Jun Tai the news, knowing the situation has escalated. They choose to put the matter to rest once and for all. Yang Suk turns to Jun Tai and asks if he's up to taking down Wan Chul. Jun Tai's eyes burn with rage and a mysterious feeling, yet he guarantees. Yang Suk notices Wan Chul is walking straight into his own grave, and this spot will become his tomb. While the clash between the Tyrant and Titan guilds rages on, members of the Tyrant Guild realize that Titan Guild members may be individually weak, yet their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Use dirty tactics by casting fire spells, sparking panic among the civilians. Jun Chul, nevertheless, reassures the civilians that his hunters will shield them, and that they should use this chance to relocate to their position. He says that once they arrive, they'll be safe, he says, urging them to remember Pantheon, the guild that champions the people, if ever caught in a guild war. The civilians stare at him in confusion, finding it odd that he'd promote his guild amid such a serious situation. At the same time, Yang Il tells Jun Chul that an association officer has arrived. The officer confirms that it was Jun Chul who helped evacuate the civilians, and he expresses his gratitude. He notes that they averted a major disaster, but assures them that the association will take command from here. The officer is stunned to see a guild that truly prioritizes civilian safety and asks for its name. Jun Chul feels honored by this association. Jun Chul announces the formation of a new guild, Pantheon. He knows the association arrived late and is now trying to smooth things over with empty promises. Still, they've managed to give the guild a positive public image among civilians, and the association now views them favorably. Jun Chul and Yang Il have done their part. The rest is now up to Guildmaster Kang Jin Hyuk. Later, Yang Il, Jun Chul and Li Ha-na meet with Jin Hyuk. He warns that because this is a war between two guilds, the scope of the battle will be enormous. And since the fight takes place in the city, civilians are inevitably going to become caught up in it. Jun Chul confirms they're doing everything possible to safeguard the populace, yet he stresses that, at heart, they need a way to end the war. Jin Hyuk responds by telling him not to worry about that point and contacts Dae Yoon for a status update on Zhou Wan Chul. As expected, Zhou Wan Chul is heading straight toward the Titan Guild, leading Jin Hyuk to conclude it's time for him to leave. Jin Hyuk explains further that if Zhou Wan Chul and Kang Jin Tai were to fight inside the city, the resulting damage would be catastrophic, and one of them would definitely perish. He plans to take them both out at once. Haina is stunned, her mind racing with questions. She wonders whether he's serious. She knows he's grown stronger, yet he's still facing two S-rank opponents. Going it alone is a formidable challenge. Jin Hyuk then departs, urging his guild members to keep their focus on protecting the civilians. Haina knows that, for now, they just need to trust him, do their own duties, and wish for his safe return. At the Titan Guild base, Wan Chul surveys the structure, yet the guards spot him and they quickly try to reach the control room, only to learn that Zhou Wan Chul has appeared at. At the main gate, they call for urgent backup, but Wan Chul shoves them hard, sending both crashing to the ground. He informs them he has no interest in dealing with minor opponents and offers them they could survive only if they call their guildmaster immediately. A guard swiftly passes the message. A message to the control room to contact the guildmaster, but he is ultimately struck down by Wan Chul. Learning this, Yang Suk realizes that Wan Chul has indeed broken into their headquarters. Jun Tai, on the other hand, notes that he never imagined Wan Chul would step straight into his own downfall, and vows to deliver Yang Suk the Tyrant Guildmaster's head as a trophy. Nationwide news outlets are reporting a clash erupting among the city's leading guilds at the downtown core. To protect civilians, police and the Hunter Association have imposed a regional lockdown, cutting off traffic and sealing off the conflict zones. The Hunter Association is also running shelters for residents in the affected districts, urging anyone in the designated zones to evacuate immediately under its guidance. Meanwhile, Wan Chul keeps dispatching the minor guards, proclaiming that Titan is already down and deriding the supposedly elite forces meant to protect the main base. The guards realize they can't hold against an S-rank hunter and decide to retreat, but one of them orders everyone to stand their ground at all costs until Jun Tai, the new guildmaster, arrives. Within minutes, every guard was knocked out and collapsed to the ground. Wan Chul huffed, doubting whether Seo Sang-ho had truly changed. His men were losing left and right, yet the leader never appeared. Wan Chul shouted for Seo Sang-ho, yet instead ran into Jun Tai, who rushed at him demanding who'd sanctioned his rampage. Startled, Wan Chul stared at him and asked what he was doing there. Jun Tai, the newly appointed guildmaster, punctuated his claim by nudging Wan Chul. Confused, Wan Chul asked about Seo Sang-ho. Without giving a straight answer, Jun Tai smirked and suggested that Wan Chul could ask Seo Sang-ho himself when they met in the afterlife. Wan Chul shot back that it was Jun Tai who would be heading to the afterlife that day. Provoked, Jun Tai laughed maniacally, mocking Wan Chul for bluffing as they both charged toward one another. When young Suk emerged from the building, he was shocked to find all his guild members lying lifeless on the ground. He suggested summoning clerics to heal them, but was told all healers had already been sent to other battles, making it hard to find one. All guild branches were pulled into the war, leaving no other option. It wasn't just the clerics. All of the last remaining soldiers from the main base had been deployed, and young Suk tried to make a connection. The dots. He realized that with the troops spread thin across the various branches, Zhou Wan Chul struck the headquarters alone, and the timing was uncanny. Wan Chul had orchestrated this from the very beginning. The war was merely a diversion. His real goal was to storm the main base alone and bring everything to an end. Typically, a plan that reckless might seem unworkable, yet the might of an S-rank hunter turns it into reality. The impossible became reality. Ultimately, the war's victor would be decided by the clash between. Jun Tai faces Wan Chul, a clash of two S-rank warriors, within the dungeon's boss chamber. Lucia kept poring over the data she'd been studying for days. If she could crack the magic circle, she thought she could return to her own dimension. Then she realized that once she left this world, she'd lose her snack breaks. But soon her thoughts turned to Jin Yuk, who had been gone for a long time. She wondered whether he was okay, but convinced herself he'd likely be fine. After all, Jin Yuk now seemed stronger than any of the so-called S-rank hunters. The duel between the guild masters was utterly fierce, and a brilliant blue aura erupted as Wan Chul unleashed a devastating energy blast, while Jun Tai countered, channeling his own power to block the assault. They surged forward at an incredible speed, each battling for dominance. Jun Tai then vaulted through the air with his weapon, aiming to split Wan Chul's head in half. A shimmering protective barrier already hovered over Wan Chul, forged by a spell of defense. To shatter it, Jun Tai slammed his weapon onto the earth, unleashing a colossal blast that sent shards scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Jin Yuk was drawing near to the fray. When he arrives, Jun Yuk is disheartened to see them fighting, utterly indifferent to the city and its people. The urban area is being wrecked not by monsters or terrorists, but by hunters who have forgotten their duty and acted selfishly. People say an S-rank's power is like a natural disaster. Watching the widespread devastation, Jun Yuk finally grasps the true meaning of that comparison. He once wouldn't have dared to confront those mighty warriors, but now the stakes are different. With divine energy at his command, he's confident he can bring both down. Meanwhile, the battle between Jun Tai and Wan Chul rages on. Their blades clashed while a voice ordered them to stand their ground. Before they could react, Jin Yuk struck both of them, sending them stumbling backward. From a distance, Wan Chul darts his gaze toward the newcomer, curious about his identity. Jin Yuk, on the other hand, throws a mocking hello at Jun Tai. Jun Tai remembers that this is the same guy who was once beaten up and fled. Meanwhile, Wan Chul keeps studying Jin Yuk. And the energy that surrounds him. The power radiating from Jin Yuk is unlike anything he's ever shown. He's encountered it before, but it's hard to tell whether Jin Yuk is a rank or S rank. He's a hunter, and he wonders if there are actually any like him in Korea. On the other hand, when Jin Yuk's, his eyes flick to Wan Chul, and he sees the same degenerate who had once sacrificed countless women. To Al Ryan, instead of attacking, Jin Yuk calmly addresses them. His voice remains steady despite the. Amid the surrounding chaos, he asks them to confirm whether they truly see themselves as hunters. He points to the devastation, noting that the city lies in ruins. He emphasizes that innocent people become trapped in the conflict, suffer, and get injured. After witnessing all of this, he encourages them to consider whether they feel even a sliver of guilt, rather than exhibiting any shame. Jun Tai smiles shamelessly, ridiculing the very notion of guilt and admitting he harbors no concern for the pathetic insects he dismisses. Who cares if a few worthless civilians die? Jun Tai ridicules Jin Yuk as another naive idealist, noting that he once believed Co Sang Ho was the only self-righteous hypocrite. After listening, Jin Yuk admits they're far worse than animals, since even animals show some sympathy. He thanks them for simplifying the situation, so he can now kill them without hesitation. Jin Yuk clutches his bat tighter, releasing a burst of energy that ripples outward, and notes that Jun Tai has made everything crystal clear. Not taking him seriously, Jun Tai pretends he heard wrong and restates his intent to kill both Jin Yuk and Wan Chul. He tells Joe Wan Chul to pause, saying he must first deal with the arrogant individual. Wan Chul plays it cool, saying the whole thing is amusing, but he secretly knows that if the two of them wear each other down, it'll work out for him. Jin Yuk then looks at Wan Chul and offers him a chance to jump into the fray, saying he's fine taking both of them on at once. Seeing Jin Yuk's cocky swagger, Jun Tai can't hold back. He barrels toward him at breakneck speed, weapon aimed straight at the man who stays frozen. Jun Tai stretched his bat out to shield his entire body, sweat forming beads on his forehead. He hadn't expected Jin Yuk to block the attack, especially after Jin Yuk had once failed to defend a single strike. Observing his opponent's stunned expression, Jin Yuk realized inwardly that the fight had only just begun. Jin Yuk drove Jun Tai back with a swift swing of his enchanted bat, now charged with divine power. Wan Chul's eyes widened in shock. He'd never imagined Jun Tai would be pushed back so fiercely. Spotting Jun Tai's stunned reaction, Jin Yuk suddenly rushed forward to strike with swift resolve. Jun Tai, however, deflected the attack with a subtle head tilt. Jun Yuk had managed to scratch his face. He drew in his strength, ready to counterattack. Jun Tai wasn't sure what Jin Yuk had done, but his newfound strength was unmistakable. Jun Tai quietly admitted it was regrettable he had spared Jin Yuk in their last encounter. Jin Yuk laughed, taking in the regret on Jun Tai's face as he realized his newfound power. Instead of admitting it, Jun Tai huffed arrogantly, insisting that Jin Yuk would die at his hands. Nonetheless, Jin Yuk reassured him that things wouldn't play out the way Jun Tai hoped. He remembered He vowed, on the day he barely escaped, that he would grow stronger and kill the one who had. He humiliated him, feeling utterly superior. Jun Tai held his ground, realizing that the situation was a real headache. He had never imagined Jin Yuk would become this powerful. Questions swirled in his mind about how Jin Yuk had earned that strength and whether he'd used any external aid. Then an idea struck him. Jin Yuk might have taken Al Round's elixir, and he was accused of it. Before Jin Yuk could reply, Wan Sul interrupted, demanding to know why the potion was being mentioned. Jun Tai explained that Jin Yuk was the one who had killed Al Round and seized the elixir. Wan Sul's jaw dropped. He turned to Jin Yuk and demanded whether he was truly the one who killed Al Round and stole the elixir. Jin Yuk smirked, then, without a word, pulled a bottle of the elixir from his pocket and raised it, as if asking if this was the one they were talking about. The moment Wan Sul laid eyes on the elixir, his face turned a vivid crimson of rage. Instantly, the sight provoked a reaction. He leapt toward Jin Yuk in a fierce attack. When Jin Yuk slipped out of the way, Wan Sul's fury only grew. He swung a powerful punch, only to have it strike the ground as Jin Yuk vanished in a blink. Wan Sul tried to trap him, but Jin Yuk once more sidestepped the assault, leaping aside. Jin Yuk felt a wave of relief that the last strike had missed, for it could have been deadly. His eyes lifted, noticing a drone hovering above, projecting a message that it was about to start a live stream of the S-rank Hunters battle. The battlefield has turned into a full-blown war zone, every building in the area shattered. In the live feed, a new hunter bursts into the fight, shouting at Jin Yuk. Though the media still have no clues about his identity or whereabouts, he's holding his own against the two S-rank combatants. In another spot, Secretary Lee Hee-na exhales a relieved sigh as everything unfolds exactly as planned. It looks like the press has arrived safely on site, setting the stage just as they intended. Jin Tai can't believe his eyes as he watches Jin Yuk glide past the Tyrant Guild Master's attacks with ease. Not only that, Jin Yuk's counter. His attacks have gotten even more powerful, and he's landing each one flawlessly. Jin Tai wonders what secret training gave Jin Yuk this strength. Meanwhile, Wan Sul is being completely defeated by Jin Yuk. After being hurled to the ground, he rises and accuses Jin Yuk of. He holds back, but the thought only inflames him further, convinced that Jin Yuk is looking down on him. He screams, telling Jin Tai to stay out of the fight, asserting that he'll be the one to take it. Jin Yuk lies down. With all his strength, Wan Chil charges forward, saying that things are going to. From this point on, stand out. Yet it appears to be a simple denial, even as he remains overpowering. He still failed to land a single strike, and Jin Yuk shoved him back with his bare fists. He noted that everything looked the same to him. Undeterred, Jin Yuk stepped forward. He hurls his bat at him, and Wan Chil barely manages to block the strike. At the same time, Jin Tai lunges out from behind, aiming a stealthy strike at Jin Yuk. Unfortunately for him, Jin Yuk, several levels ahead, simply blocks the attack with his bat without even looking. At Jin Tai, the impact was so brutal it literally shattered Jin Tai's spear into fragments. Jin Tai panics as Jin Yuk charges, the shockwave from the bat swings, throwing him to the ground. With no other escape, Wan Chil proposes a temporary partnership, despite their recent clash, to take down Jin Yuk together. Jin Tai remains skeptical and even threatens to kill Wan Chil if he betrays him. Backstabs him while they're allied, and Wan Chil yells for him to fall into position, insisting that together they could beat Jin Yuk if they combine their strengths. Meanwhile, the news reporter announces that the identities of the two S-rank hunters embroiled in the war have been revealed, but nothing is known about the newcomer who just joined the fight. Moreover, they haven't heard anything from the Titan Guild's master. As the reporter points out, the scene cuts to C.O. Sang-ho, who slowly opens his eyes in his room. The first thing he does after waking is to get dressed, prioritizing his guild's reputation over his own health. Once he's ready, he searches for Hyena, wondering where she might be. At the same time, Hyena gets a call while heading to the front lines. Shocked that he's finally awake, she hurriedly briefs him on the situation. C.O. Sang-ho asks where she is. She tells them she's heading to the war zone, adding that Jin Yuk has founded a new guild and she's now a member. The flood of news overwhelms the guild master, so he decides to contact Jin Yuk directly for answers. However, Hyena reminds him that this is impossible. Jin Yuk is right now battling two S-rank hunters. Upon hearing this, Co Sang Ho rises, convinced that Jin Yuk can't take on two S-rankers no matter how powerful he is. He asks for the location and says he will go there himself. Hyena feels uneasy and worries about his health, but he keeps insisting that everything happened because of him. As the guild master, he declares he can't simply sit back while the fighting continues. Finally, she relents and gives him the location of the battle, even though she's still concerned about him. Regarding her health, she knows she must trust his judgment, since he's the only one who can stop it. Conflict. Hyena realizes this isn't the moment for hesitation. She must act now. Required of her. Meanwhile, Jin Yuk is doing everything he can to land a single strike on Jin Yuk, but he is. He's being utterly outclassed, with Jin Yuk reading him like a book and blocking every attack effortlessly. Any effort. As the fight ramps up, the shockwaves from their blows start to ripple even farther. Further, while Jin Yuk is distracted by Jun Tai, the other S-rank, Wan Chil, rushes toward him from. They're lagging, still scrambling to finish the job. Jin Yuk, however, is far too clever for them. He quickly leaps up, making the two S-ranks almost collide, noticing his partner was exhausted. While restraining Jin Yuk, Wan Chil tells him to take a mono potion, and Jun Tai is annoyed that he has. To work with Wan Chil, but knowing he's right, he pulls out a mono potion and begins to drink it. He thinks they could take Jin Yuk out if they pour all of their mana into a single, powerful, immediate blast soon. When Jun Tai regains his footing, the other S-rank hunter struggles to keep up while facing Jin Yuk alone. Grabbing Wan Chil's fist, Jin Yuk eyes him coldly and asks why he's not going after the elixir himself. He mocks him, urging a bit more effort. Before the S-rank can react, Jin Yuk twists his wrist, snapping it in an instant, then smacks him with his bat. Jun Tai watches with wide eyes as the mighty Wan Chil is tossed around like a doll. Spotting him lying on the ground, Jin Yuk moves slowly toward him and asks if he's still breathing. He then tells Wan Chil that he cannot spare him because of the crimes he has committed. He lured and abducted innocent women to offer as sacrifices to Al Rawan. Anyone who defied Wan Chil was locked away, while guild members who obeyed him were flooded with drugs. His present troubles are a direct consequence of those earlier deeds. As he lay on the ground, taking his last breaths, Wan Chil could not accept that his life was ending in such a pathetic way. Jin Yuk lifted his bat over Wan Chil's chest and asked if he had any final words. The S-rank hunter stared up at him in despair, wondering if he was really about to be killed over something so trivial. He begged for his life, offering to make Jin Yuk the guild master. If he had been spared, Jin Yuk made it clear that negotiation was off the table. All he sought was the chance to make one last wish. Jin Yuk had already resolved to kill him when he saw the people trapped that day, all of them simply waiting to die. Wan Chil still couldn't understand why Jin Yuk wanted him dead, merely because he had kidnapped some people. He had a clear motive. He lunged and stabbed Wan Chil with the bat, ending him. The man screamed as the bat tore through his chest, his mind racing with the realization that he couldn't die like this. None of it mattered. He slipped into unconsciousness. After he died, Jin Yuk made sure he remembered to apologize to everyone he had killed in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Jun Tai watched in horror, considering whether to exploit Jin Yuk's distraction. Yet the fear in his eyes showed he no longer felt he could win. All he could think of was running, but it was too late. Jin Yuk noticed. He tried to escape, hurling his bat straight at him and asking where he thought he was going. The bat darted toward him at bullet speed, and the S-rank hunter barely managed to deflect it. Jun Tai tried to act nonchalant, saying he was not running, but merely letting the rest. Jin Yuk slipped away this time. The man was sure he was faster than Jin Yuk and could, therefore. He could have easily left him behind, but that wasn't the case. Jin Yuk closed the gap immediately. I told him there was no need to hold back, while Co Sang Ho and Hana. She reached the ruined buildings, guided him to the spot, and told him he would arrive. After he crossed the battle zone, she begged him to change his mind one last time before he left. But the man had already made up his mind. He told her that he couldn't leave everything to Jin Yuk. So he stepped in to help him. Haina advised him to rest a bit longer, but he replied that he was. Determined to finish what he had started, she eventually relented and urged him not to push himself too hard. He knew what had to be done. As Co Sang-ho got ready to leave, he looked up at the sky and mentally asked Jin Yuk. He waited for him. Meanwhile, young Sok perched on a rooftop, watching the fight unfold. He realized the situation had spiraled beyond a simple duel between two S-rank hunters. He never expected an opponent even stronger than an S-rank to step in. As the battle raged, he understood there was no way to save Jun-Tai and had to abandon him. Young Sok dreamed of building the ultimate guild, and he viewed Co Sang-ho as an obstacle in his path. To clear the way, he poisoned Sang-ho, convinced that with him gone no one would be left to thwart his plans. He glanced toward Jin Yuk and decided to spare him for the moment. His immediate priority was to escape and begin manipulating public perception to his advantage. Before Co Sang-ho left to assist Jin Yuk, Hyena had relayed a critical piece of information. While observing the combat area via drones, she'd spotted young Sok on the rooftop of the Titan building. In the present, the guild master, Co Sang-ho, materialized behind the traitor. Young Sok's words sent him shuddering with terror and disbelief. Before he could answer, Sang-ho screamed his name and seized him by the collar, demanding why he would harm his own guild. Young Sok stared back, asking whether he truly understood the motive, and insisted that his act was necessary because the guild no longer needed Sang-ho. The guild master was visibly shaken and asked him to clarify. Young Sok claimed that Sang-ho was stalling the guild's growth and that they had no use for a leader like him. Co saw through that false reasoning, accusing young Sok of merely justifying his actions and revealing that his motives were purely personal greed. Young Sok claimed he had rescued the guild from Sang-ho's destructive sway, but the guild master countered that the guild was now being wrecked exactly because of young Sok's actions and the incident he'd orchestrated. The traitor, with no reply, produced his knife and aimed to stab the guild master. Although not fully healed, Co Sang-ho slipped past the strike effortlessly, noting that young Sok had once again disappointed him. Even at the very last moment, this maneuver gave young Sok a chance to escape. He began to run. He pondered that his sole crime was the desire to build the greatest guild. He blamed Jin Yuk in his mind for blocking his plan, then leapt off the building. The guild master was determined to hold him accountable for his crimes. He chased after him, drawing his own weapon. While young Sok remained airborne, Sang-ho swung. He swung his axe and struck the man squarely on the head, telling him to take responsibility for the catastrophe he'd wrought. With a piercing scream, young Sok's head was cleaved and he tumbled. He collapsed to the ground. Co Sang-ho stood over the body, proclaiming that he had finally fulfilled his duty. However, Sang-ho suddenly remembered Jin Yuk and realized he'd spent far too much time chasing him. The traitor sprinted straight to the battlefield to aid Jin Yuk. Meanwhile, Jin Yuk was overpowering the S-rank hunter Jun-Tai without a hitch. After taking a heavy blow, too, Jun-Tai felt his chest tighten and struggled to breathe. Jin Yuk pointed his bat at him, questioning whether this. It was the end. Jun-Tai realized he'd hit his limit and there was no escape from the situation. Desperate to survive, Jun-Tai begged Jin Yuk to spare him, offering anything he wanted, including his position in the guild. Jin Yuk replied by recalling their past battle with the S-rank fighter. He reminded him that even when he was pierced by a spear, he never pleaded for his life and fought until the very end. The sight didn't stop the S-rank's pleas. As he was about to be finished, Jun Yuk warned that to survive, one must be ready to struggle until the very end. Before the man could say another word, Jin Yuk ripped his head completely off. With the S rank dead, Jin Yuk stood silent, knowing he'd finally stopped the hunters with his own power. Suddenly Sang Ho's voice rang out, asking if he was hurt. Jin Yuk was stunned to see the guild master alive and asked when he'd awakened. Sang Ho told him not to worry, he'd already been up, and asked what had happened. Jin Yuk said it was a long story, explaining that he'd been lucky enough to find a chance to grow stronger, which let him beat the S-rank hunters. The guildmaster still found it hard to believe he'd amassed so much power in such a short time. Seeing Sang Ho's confusion, Jin Yuk promised to explain later, but for now they needed to fix the damage to the city. Sang Ho assured him not to fret, saying he and Hyena would handle everything. The most pressing issue was a message Sang Ho received from Hyena, saying the association wanted to meet Jin Yuk. The scene shifts to a training room inside the Hunter Association headquarters, where Jin Yuk stands bewildered. Though he had accepted their invitation, he still can't understand why they are forcing him into this. An anonymous voice tells him this is a test, and that he must destroy the drones in front of him while evading their attacks. Before he can fully process the situation, the drones begin their assault, forcing him to react on instinct. They strike from every direction, making it hard to dodge. Yet, when measured against his recent clash with an S-rank opponent, Hunters, this isn't even a warm-up. With a confident grin, he starts smashing all the drones with his bat, clearing them out in a flash. The voice announces that he has set a new record, and Jin Yuk glares at the screen before him. He says he's getting annoyed because he hadn't been told about this test before. The girl on the other side says this is a necessary part of the official procedure. After his recent bout, in which he defeated 2 S-rank hunters, the aim is to establish his hunter rank. Because of his solo effort, the association can no longer rate him as C rank, even after receiving this. After the explanation, he still thinks the test is pointless. Jin Yuk's temper starts to fray. He insists that they open the door so he can leave. The girl tries to calm him. But it is futile, as he no longer wants to take part in the evaluation. He walks toward the exit. She scrambles to stop him, insisting he must stay until the test is finished. He breaks the door with his bat, strides out, and says the whole process was a waste of his time. It becomes clear the association still has business with him, as a group of hunters stops him after just a short walk. He tells them to step aside if they don't want to be killed. The hunters have already seen his power, so they know this threat is serious. They turn to their leader, waiting for the next order. Judging by his expression, the team leader hesitates to engage, so Jin Yuk concludes they're doomed. Before he can strike, a voice behind him urges him to stop. Before he can even turn, he sees the hunters bowing respectfully, calling him chairman. He quickly realizes the man is not a Taeksu, but the head of the Hunter Association. Jin Yuk greets him and asks why he'd summon a C-rank hunter such as himself. The chairman notices Jin Yuk's upset, apologizes, and explains he was called because someone wanted to meet him. He's talking about none other than South Korea's top hunter, Chi Young Sang Ho. Even Jin Yuk is stunned to see the top hunter standing right in front of him. As the impeccably dressed man strides toward him, Jin Yuk wonders why someone of such stature would want to meet him. Chi Young steps forward for a handshake, a moment that feels almost surreal. Jadvanced asks why they're meeting, and the man replies that he watched the footage of Jin Yuk's recent fight with the 2 S-rank hunters. Chi Young praises his performance and says he just wanted to meet him in person. Jin Yuk thanks him, but senses something else is going on underneath. Soon, the top-ranked hunter confesses that he wants to ask him for a favor. At his apartment, Seo Sang Ho and Hyena talk about tea. She tells him that the latest reports show the remaining members of the Tyrant and Titan guilds have merged into the Pantheon Guild, a move the association has approved. She apologizes, saying she did everything she could to save the guild. Hearing this, he tells her that dissolving the guild was the right decision. He seems to regret his past actions, realizing he could have avoided this whole mess if he had acted differently. He had listened more closely to the other guild members. Consequently, Seo Sang-ho announces his retirement from the hunting business. Hyena hands him a contract, warning that it would be a significant waste for him. He decides to retire at once. As he reviews the contract, he realizes it's actually a registration form for the Pantheon. Guild, she tells him that their guild needs someone like him, a sentiment shared by the guild master. Hearing this, he asks whether she's already a guild member. She winks and confirms she's now employed by the Pantheon Guild. Meanwhile, Jin Yuk and Chi Young face off, ready for a sparring match. Jin Yuk finds the whole scene odd. He was first thrust into a test room, and now the country's top hunter wants to fight him. The chairman and the young staff member are watching the fight live on their screen. She can't believe that Chi Young actually came to the headquarters of his own free will, considering how rarely he appears in public. The chairman explains that he met the hunter earlier. After seeing footage of Jin Yuk battling the two S-rank hunters, Chi Young said he finally found someone he could fight beside, or perhaps someone who could match him. When Jin Yuk asks why they're fighting, the top hunter admits he isn't entirely sure himself. In any case, Jin Yuk isn't going to back down, so he's ready to fight. The girl grows nervous and asks the chairman whether they really will let them fight. He laughs and assures her it's fine, it's just a normal spar. During the actual battle, Chi Young brandishes his sword, and the hunters cheer each other on. Jin Yuk smiles to himself, unfazed by his opponent's rank. All he wants is revenge for the suffering caused by him. At the same time, Hyena is stunned by a call from the association, telling her that the top-ranked hunter will soon spar with Jin Yuk. When Sang-ho notices her shocked face, he asks what's happening. She hangs up the phone and reveals that Chi Young is about to fight Jin Yuk. Sang-ho grows uneasy, questioning why they're facing off, but she admits she has no idea. Worried that Jin Yuk might be in danger, they decide to rush to the Hunters' Association. There, the girl asks the chairman what he thinks of this duel. Just then, the two hunters rush at one another, weapons clashing. The chairman proclaims that the top-ranked hunter will prevail, yet in the heat of the battle, the two are evenly matched in strength. As they both stumble back, Jin Yuk realizes Chi Young is a cut above the other S-rank hunters he's faced, so he decides there's no point in trying to gauge his strength first. Instead, he decides to go all in from the very start. She begins, unleashing a powerful aura shockwave toward the top-ranked hunter, with Chi Young standing in front. During the assault, Chi Young wonders whether Jin Yuk is ready to unleash his full power. This gives Chi Young the advantage of. It gave him a good reason to get serious. He sliced straight through the aura and rushed toward Jin Yuk. He launches a counterattack, eager to see Jin Yuk's true strength and to push him to his limits. The girl observing the match grows a bit concerned as the fight becomes more intense. Even Jin Yuk accepts the immense power that emanates from the top-ranked hunter. He swings his bat, aiming to push Chi Young back, and a surge of excitement rushes through him at the thought of facing an opponent this powerful could give him a chance to push his own limits. But to his surprise, Chi Young tells him they can't go any further. While Jin Yuk ponders the man's meaning, the top-ranked hunter declares his own defeat. This deepens Jin Yuk's confusion, so he asks what Chi Young is talking about. Even the chairman is stunned, as it's the first time he's seen Chi Young admit defeat. He wonders why the spar is ending so suddenly. Chi Young lifts his sword and reveals that if the fight were to continue, the weapon might no longer hold together. Just as he says this, his sword shatters into fragments, and the chairman declares the duel over, officially naming Jin Yuk an S-rank hunter. The news spread quickly, and footage of his earlier bout with the two S-rank hunters flooded every media outlet. The reports also show that he bested the country's top-ranked hunter in a duel, which prompted Chi Young to be brought in for an interview. When asked about the loss, Chi Young admits it and adds that Jin Yuk is bound to become the face of the Korean hunting world. Jin Yuk, however, feels a little disappointed that the duel ended so quickly, as he had hoped for a longer fight. As he walks out of the association, Chi Young shouts after him, congratulating him on officially becoming an S-class hunter. Jin Yuk thanks him, grateful for the interview, but asks why he did it. The top-ranked player explains he simply wanted comrades to fight alongside him, and this was a way to make the association aware of Jin Yuk's strength. As Chi Young starts to leave, Jin Yuk pulls him back and tells him not to hold back next time they fight. He reveals that he knows Chi Young's sword from the duel was a fake. As they walked away, Jin Yuk realized Chi Young was clearly going easy on him. He'd even been using a cheap sword. This makes him wonder whether Chi Young was intentionally helping him to get the association to recognize his strength. Regardless, Jin Yuk has realized he still isn't strong enough, thanks to Chi Young. Later, he walks into the parking lot, and Hyena's car screeches to a halt. She jumps out, visibly worried, and rushes over to him. Sang Ho steps out, looking just as worried. She says she can't believe what she heard about the spar. The former guildmaster was livid that the association called it merely a sparring match, even though they had pitted him against the country's top hunter. He even suggests filing a complaint, but Jin Yuk stays calm, telling him he's not upset. In fact, he's learned a lot. He notes that fighting Chi Young brought back the intense pressure he once felt at the Dragon Temple. Jin Yuk proposes that they return to the guild to discuss the situation. That evening, for the first time in a long while, he finally feels a genuine sense of relaxation and ponders just how uncommon that feeling is. It brings him peace. The relentless conflict had kept him on edge, but now he can finally breathe. Just then, he gets a call from Jun-shi-el, the guild manager. She asks whether Jin Yuk is. After the fight with Chi Young, he tells him not to overdo it. Jun-shi-el observes that while strength matters, but staying alive is just as essential, especially when Jin Yuk is the guildmaster. Jin Yuk acknowledges the concern, assures it will be handled, and then steers the conversation toward the guild's progress. Jun-shi-el shares upbeat news, announcing that they have formally taken over the assets of the former Titan and Tyrant guilds, once their fiercest rivals. He adds that fresh hunting zones have been opened, and they're already thriving with activity. The newly opened districts are helping the guild grow stronger and fend off rival factions. He asks Jin Yuk to come by soon, and Jin Yuk accepts. After the call, Jin Yuk settles in, drained and wanting nothing more than to rest. Yet he knows his duties, so instead of relaxing, he heads straight into the dungeon to boost his power and keep pace with Chi Young. He drops into the dwarf craftsman's workshop to ask for help. The dwarf grumbles at his arrival, saying that Jin Yuk only shows up when he needs something. Jin Yuk apologizes, saying he needs a weapon upgrade. The dwarf mutters that Jin Yuk always vanishes when sent on errands, making him unreliable. Jin Yuk explains he had his reasons and promises to make it up to the craftsman. When Jin Yuk mentions the spar with Chi Young, the dwarf erupts, snatching the weapon and demanding whether Jin Yuk lost it while using the bat he'd made. The dwarf's offense is obvious, yet instead of refusing, he comments that Jin Yuk is lucky because he wants to try a new technique. Jin Yuk thanks him, but the dwarf cuts him off, insisting he's not doing it out of kindness. He just wants to prove his own skill. As Jin Yuk leaves, he begins to think. He thinks of Lucia, whom he hasn't seen in a while, and realizes she might hold the answer to the problem that has been bothering him. With hope in his heart, he ventures deeper into the dungeon to find her. Yet as he walks, he senses that he's about to forget something vital, though he can't remember what it is. When he finally finds Lucia, she's furious. She nearly throws a punch, demanding why he came empty-handed. Instead of answering, Jin Yuk says he was looking for her and asks whether she's really been in the dungeon all this time, explaining that she's been working on a magic circle, her only chance to get back. In her world, she says she's made some progress, which catches his attention. He asks if She'll be able to return soon, but Lucia sighs and says the situation is that simple. She has tried her dimensional magic several times, and every step of the process fails. To execute flawlessly, she follows every necessary step, and the spell seems to be taking effect. Done correctly, yet nothing at all happens. Even though the magic feels right, the result is. It always turns out the same. She remains convinced it should work, but can't understand why it keeps failing. While she explains, a strange portal starts opening inside Jin Yuk's refrigerator. The next morning, Jin Yuk heads to the local supermarket and picks up a few snacks. For Lucia, so she won't complain on his next visit. As he's leaving, the cashier. He stops him and asks, "Are you Guildmaster Kang Jin Yuk?" With a confused look, he confirms. The girl lights up, clearly thrilled. She tells him she's a huge fan and asks for a photo. Suddenly, he realizes that other shoppers in the store are filming him too. Hoping not to make things worse, he quickly apologizes and rushes out of the shop. As he heads back to the dungeon, he realizes he is far more famous than he had imagined. Earlier, Jin Yuk had dismissed the idea, but the dwarf finally unveils his new weapon, insisting it's on a whole other level. As Jin Yuk grips the bat, he feels it siphoning his mana and questions whether something's wrong. The dwarf takes this as an insult and slaps him. He reminds Jin Yuk of the last time the All-Rounder was purified for enhancement. Normally, a monster's traits, like life absorption, would be inherited, but the purification process changed that trait to mana absorption. The fact that it's draining his mana proves the weapon is working perfectly. Jin Yuk still worries that the bat might drain all his mana, but the dwarf reassures him it will halt once it's reached its limit. Suddenly, the bat stops siphoning his mana, meaning it's now at full capacity. The dwarf tells him that he can tap into the mana stored inside whenever he wishes. To test it, Jin Yuk points the bat at a statue ahead, swings it through the air, and the weapon erupts with a powerful shockwave of mana. The dwarf is noticeably impressed that Jin Yuk handled the function so well on his first try. Jin Yuk expresses gratitude for the improvement, but the aging craftsman rejects the thanks and simply asks for a drink. While they talk, the dwarf inquires where he's headed that day. Jin Yuk says he's going to drop by and see Lucia for a bit. As soon as she's mentioned, it's clear. He learns the dwarf dislikes her, which sparks Jin Yuk's curiosity and prompts him to ask why he and Lucia can't seem to get along. The history between them is long and tangled. Their present tolerance comes only from a lack of better options. He explains that dwarves and elves have been at odds for as long as he can remember. The dwarf accuses the elves of handing his people over to the dragons, a claim that shocks Jin Yuk. Only then does he fully grasp the deep-seated animosity between the two races. A little while later, when he finally locates Lucia, she erupts at him in her usual harsh tone, demanding to know where he's been. He counters by asking why she'd summoned him to this temple, noting that she normally stays in. In the boss's room, she stays silent and directs him to take in his surroundings, then explains. He tells him the entrance temple vanished abruptly. Jin Yuk surveys the scene, baffled, and checks that the entrance is actually gone. She thinks it vanished sometime before he finished the dragons. During a recent investigation, she uncovered a dimensional teleportation magic circle. This circle is even more advanced than the one the mage used in the boss room. Lucia looks at him, asking whether he understands the significance of this discovery. Jin Yuk quickly grasps it, concluding that if they study the magic circle, he may be able to return to his original dimension, yet a problem remains. Since Lucia cannot activate the circle on her own, even if they manage to finish it. In essence, he must learn magic from her to help with the activation, so Jin Yuk asks her to confirm. When asked whether she's offering to teach him, she confirms it, explaining that the magic circle needs an enormous amount of mana, far more than she can supply on her own. Even with his help, she doubts they can activate it. Jin Yuk thinks of ways to flood the magic circle with a massive amount of mana and suddenly remembers that his bat, an item that stores mana, might do the job. He suggests she try it. Reluctant at first, she changes her mind when he shows the mana leaking from the weapon. He explains that the old craftsman upgraded his bat to hold mana, though he doesn't know its capacity. Still, it could help power the circle. But when Lucia touches the bat, she is struck by a powerful shock. Jin Yuk is momentarily confused, then remembers the dwarf's engraving, a binding effect that prevents anyone else from using the weapon. Thus, they can't use the bat, and the only remaining option is for her to teach him magic. Lucia tells Jin Yuk that he is her student from this moment on. Their first lesson starts in his apartment, where she hands him homework and devours his snacks. The process proves harder than he expected, requiring him to memorize a vast body of magical knowledge. He must also master mana flow and use this knowledge to activate the magic circle. After days of diligent study, he finally masters the theory of magic. Just as confidence starts to swell, she snaps him back to reality, telling him he's only learned the basics. The real lessons are about to begin. She starts reviewing the study material with him and shows him her notes on the magic circle that lay in the boss's room. Her analysis showed that the original magic circle failed because the mage had alone altered it to meet the massive mana demand. Thus, the teleportation succeeded, but the dungeon materialized in Jin Yuk's room instead. Hearing this, Jin Yuk asks why they're even talking about a failed magic circle. She says that even a failure can serve as a useful comparison. Examine the magic circle in the Dragon Temple to uncover why it malfunctioned. This analysis will help. They built a better, fully functioning model. From that day on, the two of them kept going. Their investigation into forging the perfect magic circle advanced, and Jin Yuk grew increasingly skilled. Over time, he honed his magic, and before long he could channel mana into the magic circle. He tops the bat with a full surge of mana, then begins to pour it all in. The circle. Lucia is also helping out and says she'll send a signal when he's supplied enough mana. As the two begin pouring it into the magic circle, it illuminates and begins to glow, indicating that the circle is reacting to the energy. Jin Yuk. It only has to keep channeling mana until it finally activates, but something goes awry. His bat suddenly starts to emit an aura. He does everything he can to halt it, but the flow remains beyond his control. His dominance is clear. Even Lucia is bewildered, asking why he's infusing the circle with aura. Jin Yuk admits he's unsure too, and the two of them do their best to keep the circle active. Moments later, the ground shudders and the floor beneath the magic circle collapses. Fortunately, they both step back just before the ground gives way, keeping them out of the collapse. Yet, this also cuts off their only chance to bring her back. Lucia yells at him, blaming him for making the circle disappear. Meanwhile, the portal inside his fridge glows even brighter. Later, they're sitting together in his apartment while she munches snacks. He apologizes, saying he never expected his bat to begin injecting aura into the circle. Lucia stayed unconvinced, lashing out at him and pointing out his ignorance of the difference between mana and aura. Jin Yuk stared at her, stunned by the comment, and said that because he uses the bat in combat all the time, he might have accidentally turned the mana into aura. Lucia eased a bit, admitting she'd failed to check the weapon before they triggered the activation. Yet that still meant their chance to reverse it was gone. The realization weighed heavily on Jin Yuk. He assured her he'd find a way to fix the situation and asked if there was anything else she needed. She barked at him, demanding the tastiest, sweetest things he could find. Jin Yuk dashed to the fridge, offering a slice of cake. But as soon as he opened it, a sudden rush of icy air slammed over him. That was an unusual thing for a refrigerator, so he called her over to investigate. When she stepped closer, both of them were stunned to see a whole new world beyond the appliance's door. Lucia smiled, realizing the magic circle had not failed after all. The snowy landscape before them was its result, and, judging by the mana she sensed, She was convinced it was the dimension she originally inhabited. Although she didn't know how the portal had appeared inside the refrigerator, she suggested they step in to investigate. Jin Yuk agreed, but said he'd need to deal with a few matters first. He immediately reached out to Jun Shou, the co-founder of his guild, and asked if he could come over. To the apartment, he also asked Hyena to join them. When they finally arrived, Jin Yuk explained that he was leaving temporarily for training. After confronting Cha Yon, he finally understood that he was still not quite skilled enough. Upon hearing this, the co-founder asked if Jin Yuk came up with a method to get even stronger. Jin Yuk replied that he was uncertain, yet that it was a possibility. Hyena handed him a report noting that the guild was performing. For now, everything's fine, but if he's gone too long, the situation could become hard to manage. Before Jin Yuk could even reply, Jun Shou stood up and reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. He said he'd handle all the guild matters, so Jin Yuk needn't be concerned. Later, Jun Shou called another guild member to explain that the guildmaster was stepping away for a while, so he would be taking on more responsibilities. The man felt uneasy and asked whether it was really okay for Jin Yuk to leave at such a time. Jun Shou assured him it was fine, arguing that when the guildmaster returned stronger, their influence would expand even further, and they'd become the top guild in the country. While Lucia waited for Jin Yuk to change, he emerged in a heavy winter coat, apologizing for the delay and explaining that he had more items to pack than expected. He then handed her a special bow and a handful of arrows, telling her a dwarf had directed him to give them to her. Lucia examined the weapon quietly, remarking that a few arrows weren't a big deal, but her face shifted instantly when she noticed the arrowheads were top grade. Jin Huck also feels surprised, admitting he had thought they were ordinary arrows because the dwarf tossed them so casually. He says the old craftsman really needs to watch over her. Lucia still refuses to admit it, but she concedes she may eventually have to repay the dwarf for his gift. Together, they finally decide to step through the portal. When Jin Yuk steps inside, he instantly knows this isn't the world he left. Curiosity pulls them toward a mysterious dungeon, and Jin Yuk can't hide his excitement. Something must be lurking inside. Lucia agrees, and the two head in. The dungeon is far deeper and larger than they'd imagined. The moment they step inside, Lucia feels the approach of monsters and pulls Jin Yuk back, warning him to brace for battle. Not long afterward, the creatures appear. And they turn out to be yetis. The creatures rush toward them with fierce aggression, and Lucia asks Jin Yuk whether he can handle them. With a confident smile, he reassures her that the situation is under control. He summons his bat and says he could take them out with his eyes closed. She finds it amusing. He says he's being too bragging, and together they begin to wipe out the monsters without any hesitation. They were in a tough spot, with Jin Yuk charging forward and Lucia supporting him from behind. As the battle rages on, and she begins to see just how lethal the arrows prove to be. Jin Yuk feels the same. Feeling confident, he opts to end the fight with a single decisive strike. At the same time, the dragon god. A message arrives that the apostle has crossed dimensions, and the god listens to the dragon messenger. Seated on his chair, he proclaims he'll be meeting the apostle soon. The dragon, meanwhile, remains unchanged. I can't understand why the apostle rank was given to a human like Jin Yuk instead of a noble dragon. After hearing this, the dragon god confides that he acted because of the man's destiny, explaining that Jin Yuk was destined to wreak ruin on the world. The fierce battle rages on between Jin Yuk and the monstrous creatures. Jin Yuk leaps into the air, ready to finish the fight swiftly. Without hesitation, he swings his bat like a bolt of lightning, striking the creature's skull and killing it instantly. Gasping, he pulls up his inventory and reads the name Yeti. The label catches him off guard. He can't remember ever seeing such a creature before. Lucia arrives soon and reacts sharply upon hearing the name Yeti. She explains that Yetis live in mountain groups. If the creature he just killed was indeed a yeti, their swift exit from the cave was unavoidable. Jin Yuk, perplexed by her urgency, asks why they must flee so fast. She cautions him that slaying one yeti usually triggers the entire pack to launch a brutal retaliation, and when that happens, their forces are overpowering and ruthless. Just as they were about to resume their conversation, an icy storm rushed through the corridor and monstrous roars echoed from the darkness. Recognizing the danger, he demanded why she hadn't shared this information earlier. She admitted she'd only just remembered it. Time was running out. In a heated debate, she urges them to run. As they flee, the icy ground cracks beneath their feet, yet he glances back at the pursuing beasts, wondering if escape is truly needed. From his view, the yetis don't seem especially formidable. Lucia, however, points out that the danger comes from more than the creatures. The cave itself is unstable, and a fight there could cause the ice to collapse, killing everyone inside that location. He suddenly stops on the spot. Alarmed, Lucia asks why he's halting in such a perilous situation. The area was hazardous. He replied calmly, claiming he had an item that might help. He pulled out a flash grenade, ready to use it to immobilize the monsters. Just as he readied the device, an unexpected shift occurred. The yetis halted their pursuit and began to withdraw deeper into the cave. Jiniuk and Lucia are stunned as the creatures that had just rushed at them now look frightened. Lucia peers into the cave's shadows and surmises that the yetis may be sensing a greater danger ahead. She thinks their instincts are warning them against continuing. Jiniuk is shocked at the idea that something so dreadful could lurk within a creature capable of frightening an entire yeti group. Lucia confirms she is detecting a strange, powerful magical energy that is utterly alien to her, which she describes as dark and corrupt, and profoundly unsettling. She implies that the only way to learn more is to keep pushing forward. They press on until the tunnel opens into a broad, concealed chamber, a large, snow-blanketed. The edifice rises in the heart of the mist, and Lucia identifies it as the source of the darkness. They've been detecting a strange magical energy, and Jiniuk resolves to investigate it up close. Even while staying on edge, Lucia warns that the aura around the location feels disturbingly abnormal. Even she, who had never known fear or combat, feels a deep sense of disquiet. As if someone inside the building were watching them, in a different spot. Enveloped in darkness, the dragon god sits alone, murmuring that he has finally located what he was after. The final messenger had arrived, and now it was time to wait for what would happen. What would happen next? Meanwhile, the two of them began heading toward the temple. The air was exceptionally cold. The surroundings felt tense, as if danger was about to strike. As they moved further inside, they spotted a lone figure standing silently in the distance. Jiniuk sensed something off about him, while Lucia warned that the man exuded dark energy. He wondered whether the man was still human and suggested they try to talk, but she quickly rebuked him, saying she'd never felt this type of mana before. At that moment, the man began to speak. His voice was rough. He said he hadn't expected anyone to come and asked if they had been sent. Jiniuk said they had come only to investigate after sensing a dark mana and asked the man to identify himself. The man suddenly erupted in anger, shouting that no intruders were allowed to leave after seeing this place. The air grew heavy. Lucia told Jiniuk to step back quickly. She suddenly recalled who this man actually was. He was a dragon. The air around them shifted, and he transformed into a massive red dragon right before them. The dragon declared it had entered a sacred place and must pay the price. Lucia braced herself for battle, boasting that she'd already faced dragons before. Shocked, Jiniuk tried to make sense of what had just happened, yet he still got ready to fight. Suddenly, everything froze. The wind stilled, the fire went out, and even the dragon and Lucia lay motionless. Jiniuk was bewildered. He saw that Lucia was still motionless. A deep voice declared that time had been stopped. A figure in a black cloak appeared in midair. It didn't walk on the ground, but seemed to float or slip through space. Jinnyuk asked who he was. The man answered, "I am Ordo, the one who forged the dragon Tiamut and the god of this world." Jinnyuk was taken aback, unsure whether to accept the claim. Ordo said it didn't matter whether he believed him or not, since the truth still stood. He told us he'd been watching humans for years. At first, he admired their way of life, but eventually he saw them start to fight one another. He did not want humans to bring about their own destruction. He assumed the mantle of a god to protect them, and forged monsters so that humans would share a common foe, and empowered people to fight back by turning them into hunters. At first, things fell into place and people collaborated. But then humans began wielding their powers against one another once more. Ordo noted that Jinnyuk had also harnessed his power in the same way. He added that Jinnyuk was never supposed to be this strong. And to become his apostle, he was destined to weather even more trials. But his plan collapsed when an anomaly from another dimension ruined everything. A powerful magician moved the dungeon into Jinnyuk's room, letting him gain power sooner than he expected. Ordo tried to raise the dungeon the moment Jinnyuk entered, but the dragon god inside thwarted him, forcing Ordo to abandon his plans. The dungeon's interference kept him from locating Jinnyuk until the dragon god's presence faded. Now Ordo can finally meet him face to face. He then told Jinnyuk that he'd appointed him his apostle long ago. His plan envisioned Jinnyuk as a formidable guardian of mankind, a figure who would bring peace and become the world's leader. Ordo presented him with the role, framing it as his true destiny. He also added a threat. If Jinnyuk refused, he would be condemned to die simply for having seen that sacred place. Jinnyuk weighed the offer before calmly turning it down. He admitted he'd once longed for that sort of power and destiny, yet he refused to join Ordo. He accused Ordo of knowing how deep Jinnyuk's pain ran, yet of doing nothing to help. He felt that being asked to serve as his apostle at that moment was a form of manipulation. Jinnyuk said he'd rather die fighting than become a puppet for someone else. Ordo laughed, calling Jinnyuk foolish for missing the deeper meaning behind his words. He changed tactics, levitating into the air and saying if Jinnyuk didn't join him willingly, he'd use another method. He unveiled a creature called Tiamat, one he had engineered after capturing an ancient dragon from another world. He hailed it as his most powerful creation, claiming nothing, hunters or monsters alike, could stop it. He unveiled his plan to use this creature to destroy everything and build a new world inhabited only by people who loved peace. Jinnyuk was chosen as the first sacrifice to the new creature. Even when confronted with this terrifying threat, Jinnyuk did not back down. He clamped his teeth and demanded Ordo go ahead. He rushed headlong at the dragon-like creature, even though it looked like a suicide move. Ordo admired Jinnyuk's bravery, yet warned it was pointless. Jinnyuk would be left behind. Under the earth, the dwarf was polishing a brand new, shining set of armor. He muttered to himself, realizing this new armor was taking longer than expected because the old one had worn out. He thought of Jinnyuk and quipped that the man should bring him a good drink as thanks. He remembered how weak Jinnyuk had been when they first met, yet over time, Jinnyuk rose to become one of the continent's most powerful, likely thanks to that loud elf. He wondered what they would bring back this time, chuckled, and guessed it might even be a dragon. During the battle, Ordo snapped his fingers, and the giant creature sprang to life. Its eyes glowed, and it began to move, its enormous muscles flexing. Lucia regained consciousness after the time freeze. She saw what was happening and yelled at Jinnyuk, "Be careful." The dragon unleashed a massive torrent of fire at him. Jinnyuk tried to evade it, but the attack was too swift, and he was swallowed whole by the dragon. Lucia was shocked, her voice breaking in despair. Ordo smiled coldly, mocking him for delivering a dramatic speech that was abruptly ended by a quick knockout. However, a voice growled from within the dragon's mouth. He was still alive. With sheer strength, he forced the dragon's jaws open from the inside, and the beast roared in pain. Lucia was flooded with relief and asked him if he was okay. Jinnyuk affirmed his resolve, saying he could not let someone like Ordo destroy the world and would stop him at any cost. Ordo laughed, amused by the situation, and said he'd like to see how long Jinnyuk could hold on. He insisted, though, that by the end Jinnyuk would feel nothing but overwhelming despair. Meanwhile, Hyena received a call from the guild's co-founder, who told her the association had issued a mandatory summons. She, puzzled, asked why it was happening, and he replied he didn't know the exact reason. Dungeons were sprouting up across the city, even in their own jurisdiction. Consequently, the association requested their cooperation. Upon hearing this, she told him she would inform the other guild members right away. After she set the phone down, Sango asked what was going on. She announced that a flood of gates had suddenly appeared in Region 9, which she pointed out was near Jinnyuk's house. While this was happening, Jinnyuk stayed trapped in Tiamat's gaping mouth, the dragon. Lucia was worried, fearing he could burn to death if he didn't get out quickly. Jinnyuk fought to get out, yet the dragon was too strong, and he could not pry its mouth open. Suddenly, the elf fired an arrow that struck it straight in the head. The dragon wailed in agony, its mouth yawning wide, and Jinnyuk seized the moment to flee. Even after the arrow hit it directly, the dragon looked unscathed. As Jinnyuk fell to the ground, the creature hurled itself toward him to finish him off. He sprang to his feet, realizing it didn't even give him a moment to breathe. The dragon slammed down onto the ground, unleashing all its might to crush Jinnyuk. Just then, Lucia tried to fire a second arrow, but the dragon spotted her before she could shoot. It swiped its tail at her, and the blow sent her flying. Jinnyuk finally realized how strong the dragon was when it sent her crashing to the ground with a single strike. Having taken Lucia down, the dragon turned its focus back to Jinnyuk. With the pressure mounting, Jinnyuk realized he had no choice but to go all out. Ordo looked a little disappointed with Jinnyuk, thinking it was all over. He told the dragon to finish him off, but something felt wrong. Even with all its strength, the dragon couldn't crush Jinnyuk. The dragon was stunned, unable to believe a mere human could withstand its power. Jinnyuk launched his counterattack, using all his strength and the power he'd earned from the dragon's temple. He unleashed all that power, screaming at the top of his lungs, and the dragon pulled back. It was hard to believe someone like him could manage that much power. Even Ordo was stunned, refusing to believe he was witnessing the dragon god's power. Meanwhile, the dragon god sits on his throne and announces it's time to depart, as his apostle has finally realized his true potential. He rises from his seat, announcing that he will settle a long-standing grievance today. Back in the other dimension, Ordo already senses the shifting energy and interprets it as a sign of the dragon god's imminent arrival. Even Jinnyuk feels a strange sensation, having not expected the dragon god's power to be this immense. He also spots the dragon's mark on his wrist. From his spot, Ordo watches the symbol and wonders whether the dragon god has truly chosen Jinnyuk as his apostle. Knowing he must finish the fight before the dragon god arrives, he orders the dragon to kill Jinnyuk immediately. Tiamat complies, unleashing a massive blast of fire at Jinnyuk. Surprisingly, the flame that had seemed perilous just moments before. It doesn't scare Jinnyuk at all. He feels he's reached a level where beating the dragon will be easy. Suddenly, a voice orders Jinnyuk to stop. For a moment, time seems to stand still, and Jinnyuk suspects Ordo is behind it. He yells at Ordo, demanding whether he has anything else to say. Ordo is also bewildered, saying he never stopped time. At the same time, Jinnyuk hears the dragon god's voice, asking why it was so hard to find him. Jinnyuk's eyes widen as he finally realizes the dragon god has arrived. Ordo hadn't expected to arrive that early. Jinnyuk looked up, saw the elder soaring overhead and asked what he was doing up there. The dragon god turns his attention to Ordo, demanding to know how he dared to abduct a dragon that rivaled his own child. The twist reveals that Ordo had kidnapped the dragon and turned it into the monster known as Tiamat. The dragon god demands to know why Ordo committed this act, even though he knew it was wrong. Ordo begins to offer excuses, insisting his actions were essential for his world and that the dragon god, being a deity as well, ought to understand. The dragon god sees through the deception, retorting that turning a stolen child into a monster to wipe out a world was unnecessary. He accuses Ordo of acting solely for his own satisfaction, noting that even now he's trying to kill the dragon god's apostles simply because he dislikes them. This fuels Ordo's fury as he lashes out, claiming his actions were meant only to bring peace to his world, and that the atrocities were a small sacrifice for that peace. After hearing this, the dragon god turns to Jinnyuk and asks whether any of Ordo's reasoning holds up. Jinnyuk charges at Ordo, shouting that it's all nonsense. Ordo questions whether Jinnyuk is aware, noticing he's interrupting a divine debate. Ordo attempts to freeze time with a snap of his fingers. But the power fizzles out, and he looks on in stunned disbelief, wondering why his abilities have no effect on Jinnyuk. The dragon god reveals that Ordo confronts his stand-in, an individual capable of wielding the dragon's power. In other words, Jinnyuk's power rivals that of a god. The dragon god proclaims that the moment has arrived for Ordo to be toppled by the very human he once scorned. Jinnyuk wastes no time and swings his bat at Ordo. Ordo blocks the strike, but Jinnyuk's ferocious power quickly overwhelms him. Jinnyuk shouts that a god who wants to destroy their world is unnecessary, then throws Ordo to the ground. Ordo crashes down, unleashing a massive explosion and a thick blanket of smoke that swathes the entire area. Jinnyuk blinks and realizes he's in a wholly new plane of existence. He spots Ordo standing before him, reassuring him not to worry. Hoping for answers, Jinnyuk asks Ordo what he's trying to do. Ordo says he simply reshaped the dimensions to make space for talking, admits he lost the fight, and notes that being struck by Jinnyuk completely altered his perspective. It made him realize that being a god doesn't mean he has flawless knowledge. Consequently, he decided to cancel his prior plan, and instead, entrust the entire world to Jinnyuk as its sole ruler. As his body fades away, he tells Jinnyuk that he will take over everything from now on, and urges him to prove Ordo's previous beliefs wrong. Jinnyuk isn't convinced he can shoulder all that responsibility, but Ordo's decision is already set. He appoints Jinnyuk as the world's new manager, and then sends him back to the other dimension. The dragon god asks Jinnyuk whether their talk was productive, and explains that Ordo abandoned his plans and chose to trust humans once more. Ordo even handed the dragon back to him, saying he would watch over the new world. Before he departs, the dragon god tells Jinnyuk that it is his duty to bring peace to his world. He promises Jinnyuk he'll be cheering him on, urging him to become a manager so impressive that even the two gods would recognize him. Jinnyuk stands there, pondering whether he's truly become the world's manager. Just then, he hears Lucia calling out to him. He rushes back to her and asks if she's okay. She confesses that she was almost dead, but the dragon god healed her, letting her recover. Now that everything's over, Jinnyuk invites her to go home. Yet she points out that this is her original world, so she can't leave. It makes him somewhat upset, and he asks her whether this means they won't see each other again. They say their goodbyes and go their separate ways. From above, Jinnyuk looks down at his world and recalls how a dungeon had appeared in his room out of nowhere. He never imagined a low-tier hunter like himself could become the world's manager. He still doesn't know what Ordo saw in him to grant this power, yet he's certain he must guide humanity on the right path so they don't stray. While connecting with others, he plans to build a better world, both as a fellow human and as the manager of a new realm.